I've worked in the Appalachians for nearly a decade, patrolling trails, helping lost hikers, monitoring wildlife. But nothing prepared me for what I found or didn't find on the Hollow Pines Trail. This part of the range is old, even by mountain standards. Locals won't hike there after dusk. Some won't even say the name. I was sent in alone, and I came out changed. Or maybe I didn't come out at all. Not the real me. Because something else walks in these woods. Something that takes people. And I think it's still watching me. I was transferred to the Stone Bar Ridge Station in early September, just as the trees were starting to bleed into reds and golds. It was supposed to be temporary, 3 months at most. My supervisor, Tom Ellison, said they needed someone experienced to look into a string of odd reports. That was all he gave me, and at the time I didn't press. Stone Bar Ridge is about as remote as it gets. No cell service, no satellite uplink, just a CB radio and a crumbling ranger station built in the 60s. The trail system is dense, wild, and mostly overgrown. My first week was quiet, just the usual, bear scat, fallen trees, and the occasional lost backpacker. It wasn't until I found the notebook that things started to shift. I was clearing brush from the Hollow Pines trailhead, a stretch of path officially closed since 1998 after a mudslide took out a wooden bridge. As I hacked away at overgrowth near the warning sign, my boot hit something half buried in the moss. It was a weather-worn spiral notebook, its cover bloated from moisture. The first few pages were too smeared to read, but deeper in, I found shaky handwriting. I hear it walking behind me, even when I stop. It's not an echo. It's not an animal. It's copying me. There were more notes like that, growing more frantic with each entry. I went in a straight line. I know I did, but I came back to the same burned stump. Voices in the fog. They sound like people I know, but they're not saying the right things. If I don't make it back, don't follow me. Don't try to find me. Just burn this place down. The last entry was just a map hand-drawn and barely legible, but it showed a trail branching off hollow pines I'd never seen before. One labeled the Screaming Tree. It should have scared me, but instead I felt something else, curiosity maybe, or compulsion. I logged the notebook as unclaimed personal item and took it back to my bunk. That night, I couldn't stop reading it. By morning, I'd memorized the map. There was no official record of a side trail off Hollow Pines. I checked old USGS topography maps, ranger archives, even pre-70S trail guides. Nothing. But the way it was drawn, rough charcoal lines over crinkled paper, it looked real, like the writer had seen it and walked it. And from the way the handwriting deteriorated, they might not have made it out. I set out at noon against my better judgment. Hollow Pines was colder than I remembered. The trees here grew too close together, their trunks blackened and twisted, like they were reaching for each other instead of the sun. The forest was too quiet. No wind, no birds, no bugs. Just the sound of my boots crunching fallen needles. I walked for an hour before I found the burned stump. Just like the journal said, charred black and split down the middle. The trail beyond it wasn't a real trail at all, more a scar through the underbrush. Someone had bushwhacked their way forward, dragging something heavy behind them. I hesitated, then stepped over the stump. The air changed. That's the only way I can describe it. I felt pressure in my ears, like descending in an airplane. The temperature dropped 10 degrees. My skin prickled, and I realized I could no longer hear my own footsteps. But I could hear someone else's. Footsteps, perfectly matching mine. When I stopped, they stopped. When I walked faster, they did too. And then I heard a whisper. Keep going. It came from me, from my own mouth. But I hadn't spoken. I should have turned back. I should have run. But something compelled me onward, like I had to find the screaming tree, like it needed to be seen. The side trail wound deeper into the woods than any map showed. The terrain didn't make sense. Slopes that should have led up hills somehow brought me down into hollows, and when I tried to mark trees with chalk, I'd find the marks already there, older, faded, as if someone else had done it years ago, or as if I was walking in circles. That's when I saw it. The screaming tree. It stood in a clearing that shouldn't have existed, wide and circular, perfectly silent. The tree was massive, blackened and dead, its bark split open like a mouth mid-scream. Dozens of deep gouges cover its trunk. Carvings. Names. I stepped closer. Some of the names were familiar. Sarah Eddings, Mark Talbot, Jason Rudd. They were all names from missing persons reports filed over the past 3 decades. Hikers who had vanished without a trace. People we never found. I pulled out my notebook to copy them, but my hands were shaking too badly. Then I noticed something even worse. A new name was carved at the bottom of the tree. Ranger Colin Miles. My name. That's when the screaming started. Not from the tree, from the forest around me. Dozens of voices, shrill and overlapping, rising in pitch and volume until I dropped to my knees and clutched my ears. I could feel them inside me, echoing, scratching at the edge of my mind. And then everything went black. I woke up in thick fog, lying on cold earth. My compass spun uselessly in my hand. The trail behind me was gone. No stump, no gouges, nothing. Just trees, all the same, stretching in every direction. The forest was utterly silent again, except it wasn't. Every few minutes, I heard breathing behind me. Slow, measured. Sometimes it sounded like my own. Other times not. I walked aimlessly for hours. Maybe longer. The fog never lifted. My GPS wouldn't lock. I tried marking trees again, this time with my knife, but every time I looked back, the marks had vanished. I dropped breadcrumbs, then turned around 20 steps later and found none. Something was erasing my path. I passed the same tree with a lightning scar 3 times, though I turned right, left, and then backtracked. The forest was folding around me, and then the whispers returned. This time they weren't in my voice. They were in Sarah's, Mark's, Jason's, all the names on the screaming tree. Voices pleading, sobbing, warning. Don't let it know your name. It listens through your breath. You already told it too much. I screamed until my throat was raw. No one answered. I must have passed out again, because I awoke near a stream I didn't recognize, face down in wet leaves. My boots were missing. My ranger badge was gone. My radio was cracked and dead. But there was a trail of boot prints in the mud. Not mine. I followed them. They led to a small clearing with a circle of rocks, and in the center was something impossible, a Polaroid photograph stuck upright in the dirt. I picked it up with numb fingers. It was me, standing at the screaming tree, eyes wide, mouth open mid-scream. But I'd never seen this photo before. I hadn't brought a camera. Behind me in the photo was something tall. Too tall. Thin. No face. Just a shadow stretched between the trees. I dropped the photo and ran. I ran blindly, through brush and bramble, until I hit something hard, an old fire watchtower. I scrambled up the ladder and locked the trapdoor behind me. The tower was empty, dusty, cobwebbed, but the door held. And for the first time in what felt like days, I was alone. Or so I thought. That night, as I sat curled in a corner, I heard footsteps on the ladder. They came up halfway, then stopped. I held my breath and heard my own voice say, "Let me in." They found me 3 days later, half-starved and barefoot, wandering Route 64 10 miles from Stone Bar Ridge. I didn't remember getting out of the woods. I didn't remember walking that far. My notebook was gone. So was my badge. I told Tom what happened. About the notebook, the screaming tree, the photo. He just looked at me with this strange, hollow expression and said, "We closed Hollow Pines in '98 for a reason. I don't work as a ranger anymore. I moved to a city somewhere flat. No trees taller than buildings. But sometimes, when it's quiet at night, I hear footsteps in the hallway, perfectly matching mine. And when I look in the mirror, sometimes, just for a second, I see someone else wearing my face. If you ever hike the Appalachian trails and come across a side path near a burned stump, turn around. Whatever's in those woods, it remembers your name, and it wants you to scream. They call it Devil's Gap for good reason. The gap is a narrow saddle between two jagged peaks in the heart of the Appalachians, so steep that wind rushes through like a godless gale, whistling a tune of despair. When the first hiker failed to check in that August, an experienced backpacker named Noah Reeve, no one thought much of it, until 3 more vanished the following week. Their last known coordinates all pointed to Devil's Gap at twilight. Some say a demon dwells there, an entity that trades souls for guidance across the ridge. I never believed such nonsense, until I spent one night stranded in that wind tunnel, listening to the devil whisper my fate. July 2024 was a scorcher. Temperatures hovered near 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the valleys. But up at Devil's Gap, air was thin and scorching sun beat down on granite. I was assigned to supervise a group of search and rescue volunteers following Reeves' disappearance. When I arrived, there was no sign of him, no footprints, no tent, nothing except his empty water canteen, found wedged between boulders at 5:13 p.m. Locals warned me, that gap's cursed. Devil's howl carried on the wind. I chalked it up to tall tales, until I helped carry Reeves' pack down the ridge. Inside was a torn journal with a final scribble. "They're here. They know my name." I spent a week camped below Devil's Gap, coordinating search grids. We found nothing but a few empty cans and Reeves' footprints that ended at the precipice. I stayed near a cluster of granite slabs that formed a windswept plateau. Each dawn, the breeze robbed me of sleep. Each dusk, I felt a presence, something watching. I woke on my 4th night to the faint sound of a man screaming from the ridge. I raced up, flashlight in hand. I found no one, just an empty campsite littered with footprints that vanished into rocks. That night I realized I might be next. I began my watch each day at 4 a.m. before the sun's first light. Hikers often set out before dawn to avoid heat. I saw Reeves' camp, small clearing beneath a rocky overhang, footprint impressions still visible. I circled the area carefully. No tracks of struggle, no scent, nothing. I took a photo of his stove, his water bottles, his pack. Only a single shoe was missing. More ominous, a twisted black feather lay beneath a boulder, impossibly large, like from some prehistoric bird. I packed up Reeves' things to bring them down, guidelines for lost person recovery. I radioed in, "Pack recovered. Signing out here." At 3:05 p.m., I stood on the gap's lip, looking down a 1,000-foot drop into a chasm of rock. The wind gusted so strong it nearly toppled me. I heard faint scuttling, like tiny claws moving across stone. I peered over the edge, nothing. Blinding sun made shadows too sharp. I couldn't see far. Then I heard his voice, "Help." I spun. No one. My heart pounded. I stepped back, nearly pitched over the edge. When I caught myself, I noticed footprints had appeared behind me, wet, leading away from the gap, down a narrow scramble that, according to my topo, didn't exist. I checked the map. That section was sheer cliff. But the prints were real, 2 sets, one boot missing its toe 1 hole. One matched Reeves' shoe pattern. I lunged after them, dropping down into a rocky chute. Each step felt like falling deeper into a pit. The wind died away. The chasm grew ominous, glassy quiet. My ear caught a whisper on the breeze. You know, freedom. Grotesque shadow flickered across the rocks. I raised my rifle. No target. My radio crackled. "Miles? Are you there?" It was Sergeant Keller. I answered, "I found prints." Heading back to base. I turned to climb, but the bezel of my headlamp caught something ahead, a black feather wedged between 2 boulders. I crawled forward and pried it free. It was warm. I closed my hand around it. It stung my palm. I yanked my hand away. Blisters rippled where the feather touched. I stumbled back toward the gap's lip, but the ground under me collapsed. I fell through air, crashing onto jagged rock. My flashlight went dark. I rolled clear of an overhang and pressed against the wall to avoid falling further. Pain exploded in my ribs. I tasted blood. I tried to scream, but only a strangled gasp emerged. Hours passed. My vision blurred. I realized I was wedged narrowly between 2 slabs. The sun set. Tide of night brought a sky like molten ink. I lay still, too weak to move. I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, above. I tried to call out, but my voice cracked. The footsteps descended. Shadows danced on the rock face as something large crouched beside me. I looked up, an emaciated figure, draped in crow's feathers, black eyes shining. It tilted its head. I recognized the face, Noah Reeves' eyes lifeless. He raised a finger to his lips. Then he scattered a handful of feathers into the wind. "Stay with us." I blacked out. I woke in the emergency tent at base camp. I was strapped to a stretcher. Sunlight filtered through the canvas. Pain seared my side with each breath. I gasped, eyes darting. Sergeant Keller knelt beside me. "You're lucky to be alive," he said softly. "We found you just before dawn. You were hanging over the chasm, unconscious." "How long?" I croaked. 22 hours. I sat up, vision swimming. "Noah Reeve." He nodded. "Your footprints led them to you. We found your radio, knife, and this." He held up the black feather, laden with frost. "Found it stuck in your parka." I stared at it. The feather pulsed against his palm, like it still had warmth. I shuddered. In other news, Keller continued, 3 more have gone missing. All last seen at dusk near Devil's Gap. We're pulling out tomorrow. This place is a tomb. He left. I lay back, mind racing. I'd survived the impossible, yet I still felt something inside me, like the feather had left a mark. That afternoon, I wandered to Reeves' abandoned campsite to gather my things. I found his journal, caked in mud. I leafed to the final entry. They speak in voices older than the wind. They offer me freedom across the ridge. if I give them my soul, I can't resist. A chill traced my spine. I took the journal and left, cursing myself for not destroying it. That evening, I heard the wind pick up across Devil's Gap. I wanted to leave, run as far from that precipice as I could. But I felt compelled to stay, to learn what bound those missing to that place. I cleared my mind, practiced breathing exercises to ignore the ache in my chest. The next morning, I hitchhiked to a small ranger station 5 miles away and retrieved extra climbing gear, rappelling harness, spikes, ropes. Then I returned, determined to face the gap on my own terms. August 10th, 2024. I geared up before sunrise. Wrist radio, headlamp, assault vest with first aid kit, hydration bladder, crampons for my boots. I stood at Devil's Gap's lip, heart pounding like a drum. I radioed miles here, attempting to ascend to the plateau. If I don't check in by 10 p.m., send help. Static. I nodded. Probably no one listening. I shifted weight, planted my crampons on the granite. I rappelled down the sheer face, 200 feet of smooth rock, slick with dew and frost. With each step, my muscles trembled. Halfway down, the rope jerked. I glanced up. A black form perched on the ledge, impossibly, a crane-sized raven. It stared down, beady eyes gleaming. It clicked wings twice, then took off, cawing into the wind. I swallowed, shook off the dread, continued down to a narrow ledge adorned with ancient petroglyphs, crows with humanoid talons. I studied them. One figure held a cedar staff, the other a staff topped with a raven skull. At the bottom of the panel, spiral, half buried in rock. My heart thudded. Recognition. This symbol, just like the one in Hollow Pines Trail screaming 3 years earlier. I pressed my hand over the carving. My glove caught a pulse, like it throbbed against my palm. I yanked back. Then I scrambled past the ledge and slid into an ice-carved amphitheater, walls of rock arching overhead. Snow drifted inside, looking like bones. At the center, a shallow basin of frozen water. I approached with caution. I knelt by the basin and ran a gloved finger across the ice's surface. Etched faintly beneath were footprints that led to the far wall. I clicked on my light and followed. The footprints led me to a narrow crack in the rock, no wider than a man's forearm. I crawled through, fingers scraping blood from granite. I emerged into a subterranean cavern. Loneliness pressed in. The only light came from glowing lichen on the walls, pale, sickly green. I felt my pulse quicken. I paused to clear my breath, then heard faint chanting, like a breeze weaving through bones. I lit my flashlight. In its beam, I saw dozens of figures crouched around the chamber's center. They looked half-living, half-crow, human bodies covered in patchwork feathers, varying from gray to inky black. Their faces were gaunt, eyes glistening like pitch. They turned their heads toward me, silent cawing echoing like an oath. I choked back panic. Among them I saw those who disappeared, Becky Langston, her skin stretched taut like parchment, geologists Clark and Jernigan, bodies twisted, cryptically robed Malone, the hunter, and others whose names I never knew. They raised their arms in unison, forming a wreath of wings around a cavern's edge. Their caws fractured there. At the center stood a figure wearing a cloak of raven plumage, face hidden beneath a bird's skull. He lifted a hand. One wing dropped to reveal a staff topped with a spiral symbol, etched in bone white. I realized with a jolt, this was no mere man. This was something older than the mountains themselves. He stepped forward. The feathers on his cloak rustled like dead leaves. "You have come," he said, voice a harmony of cause. I swallowed. I wanted answers. The raven figure tilted his skulled head. A hush fell. Then he spoke. "Every year we take what is owed. Your kind came, carving paths, building roads, taking the mountain's secrets. The gap demanded balance." I stared. "Yuwa took them." He nodded. "They offered themselves, chose to ascend. They heard the wind's promise." I shook my head. "But not all of them volunteered." He raised a bony finger. "Do you deny the oath? Do you deny the gap's call?" I stepped back. "I deny it." He regarded me. "Then you too shall be one of us." He tapped the ground with his staff. The four figures around him stirred, crow hybrids, lifting me off my feet. Their grip was unyielding. Panic slammed into me like a wave. I kicked, screamed. A cacophony of voices erupted from behind me. A beam of pale sunlight sliced through a fissure overhead, narrow shaft from Devil's Gap's rim. Through it, a rescue party's headlamps bobbed, rangers using ropes to descend. They called my name. The raven figure hissed. He raised his staff. The cavern wall shook. Feathers fluttered, dust fell. I focused on the light. A ranger, young, determined, crashed into the circle, rifle raised, firing into the crow hybrids. The creatures shrieked, dissolving into black mist. The raven figure roared and swung the staff. A blast of wind barreled toward us, but my rescuer tackled me aside. I hit the ice and slid into the basin. Water splashed over my boots. When I looked up, the raven figure was gone, only swirling dust where he stood. The cavern began to collapse, the roof splitting, boulders rattling. We scrambled back through the crack. I lost my footing as the arching rock thundered down behind us. The rescue party hauled me out of the grotto as rock crashed at their heels. We scrambled up the ridge. The cavern vanished beneath a landslide. I lay unconscious at the rim. When I woke, I was strapped to a gurney, medics hovering. They told me I was found on the slope, hypothermic and badly dehydrated. The missing were accounted for, their remains recovered at the cavern rescue site. They were officially declared killed in a tragic landslide. I didn't correct them. They would never believe. Months passed. I recovered physically, but the devil's wind still haunted me. Its frozen fingers clawed my dreams. I returned to work at Stone Bar Ridge Station, but every time the wind howled through the pines, I flinched. The journal I retrieved from Reeves' camp lay sealed in a steel box beneath my bed. I never opened it. I refused to speak of the Gap's devil, of the raven figure and his staff, of the promised freedom. On August 10th, 2025, 1 year after my descent, I wrote the final entry in my scattershot journal. They say time heals all wounds, but the wings of death know no season. I can feel the Gap's presence in my bones, like a promise that I cannot escape. Sometimes at night, I hear a single crow's call on the wind. It carries my name. If I ever hear that call again, I will not answer. Instead, I will flee until no mountaintop or valley can contain me. Because if I remain, I will hear his voice. The devil's toll is due. The next morning, I left the Appalachians. I drove east for 2 days until the mountains vanished behind me. I built a cabin on a coastal ridge where gulls will instead of crows, where the air tastes of salt. Maybe, just maybe, I can escape the devil's call. But each dawn, I wake to a wind that sounds too much like a whisper. And sometimes I know it will beckon me back to Devil's Gap. Because once you hear the devil's wind, you never truly leave the gap. There are pockets of silence that no human voice can fill, gaps where the wind speaks secrets you dare not hear. Devil's Gap is one such place. Over a dozen now have vanished there. The authorities claim a landslide pocket swallowed them. But park rangers know the truth. The gap's debt must be paid each year. Those who wander at sunset are claimed, their souls woven into the wings of the raven figure. The gap remains, a narrow threshold where the living meet the dead. If you ever hike in the Appalachians and find yourself drawn to a narrow pass at twilight, listen. If you hear your name on the wind, don't follow it. Keep moving, keep living, and pray you never feel the devil's gale on your back. Because the devil's toll is due, and it is hungry. Widow's Peak once stood as the highest point in the eastern Appalachians, a granite behemoth crowned by a lone cluster of hemlocks. It rose 5,000 feet above sea level, its summit perpetually shrouded in mist. Hikers likened the fog to phantom banners. Locals whispered of a ghost light that shone atop the peak on moonless nights, a pale glow that beckoned wayfarers to vanish into the fog forever. Since 1965, park regulations forbade hikers within 2 miles of the peak after sunset. But in July 2023, a group of 4 thrill seekers posted social media photos claiming they'd reached Widow's Peak at midnight, chasing the ghost light. By dawn, their empty backpacks lay abandoned atop Summit Ridge Trail. Their footprints stopped at the base of a steep granite outcrop. No bodies, no faint glimmers, only that oppressive haze. They resigned it to accidental falls. Yet rumors said something else claimed them, a presence that hungered for guides who tried to follow the ghost light into the abyss. As the park's newest senior ranger, I volunteered to investigate. I arrived on August 1st, 2023, during peak wildfire smoke season, visibility near zero. Every night, I heard radio chatter of hikers reporting strange lights near the summit, glowing shapes that floated on the fog. By month's end, 2 more hikers vanished. On September 1st, I hiked to Widow's Peak alone, just after dusk, to record ambient sound, collect infrared footage, and confront whatever watched from the mist. I did not expect to find a trapdoor into hell itself. But Widow's Peak has never forgiven trespassers. I write this from a hospital bed, medics frantically monitoring my vitals. They don't understand what happened, or so they claim. My right leg is in traction. I cannot stand without screaming. But my eyes still see the peak's phantom light dancing in the haze. I swear that if I line my rifle sight on the summit, I'll glimpse something shining beyond reason, waiting for another to chase it skyward. If you ever learn of the lost glow and think it's a myth, read on. Because Widow's Peak's phantom light never dies, and those who chase it vanish, leaving only fog and the hollow echo of their screams. August 26, 2023, 3 p.m. The sun was a blood orb through the wildfire smoke. I parked at Summit Ridge Trailhead, trail closed beyond mile 4, but I found a battered summit access sign with tape over after dusk restrictions. I ignored it. My kit, IR camera, thermal scope, handheld spectrometer, radio, extra batteries, climbing rope, ice axe for weird spots, my Colt .45 hydration pack. I wore leather gloves, goggles, and a respirator due to smoke. My boots had crampons in the trunk, just in case. I started the trek at 3:12 p.m. The trail, once wide and well-groomed, had collapsed in sections due to recent landslides. I navigated narrow ledges, ghostly pines mottled in ash. By 4:30 p.m., I reached the 4-mile mark. The summit closed sign lay uprooted, ash-caked. I kicked it aside and continued. The elevation gain was brutal, nearly 1,500 vertical feet and 2 miles up granite slabs. By 5:45 p.m., I hit the final ridgeline, 77 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade, but ash settling on my jacket and swirling motes. I donned my IR camera. From this vantage, the summit looked like a phantom, fog rising like smoke, the trees beyond hidden. I aimed my scope. I saw a faint glow perched atop a lone hemlock cluster, like a lantern's dim light flickering beyond the mist. I exhaled. That must be the lost glow. I felt my pulse accelerate. At 6 p.m., sunset approaching, I pressed forward along a narrow granite spine with sheer drops on both sides. The fog thickened, obscuring 24 feet ahead, then 5, then vanished entirely. My infrared camera cautioned. Cold pockets where dense fog irritated my lens. I breathed in heavier, holding the camera steady. The glow flickered again, pale blue. I adjusted my thermal scope. No heat signature. It seemed to hover, a ball of cold light above the summit. I snapped photos. My radio crackled. "Miles, do you read?" "Over." It was Warden Hughes. I whispered, "I'm within half a mile of the summit. I see the glow, confirming ghost light. I'll stay radio silent after this." He hesitated. "Be careful, wind shifting." Saw brush fire near Devil's Gap expanding, static cutoff. The forest behind me crackled with distant thunder. I exhaled slowly, pressed onward. My boots crunched on granite. By 6:20 p.m., I reached the base of the final rise, a jagged spire of smooth rock, only a narrow notch leading to the higher slab. The glowing orb flickered perched at the notch's far edge. Adrenaline curled through my veins. I registered coordinates, latitude 36.8912 degrees, longitude minus 83.4657 degrees. At 6:25 p.m., I roped up, clipped ice axe to harness. I raised my headlamp, scanning the granite face for handholds. I tested a crack solid. I hoisted myself up, leaving the IR camera on a tripod to record from below. The wind shrieked, cold as Arctic. I yanked my jacket tight. My gloves griped the rock. I reached a ledge 20 feet from the top. The glow swam further into the fog, as though noticing my ascent. I pulled myself onto the ledge, peering beyond the ledge through fog. My heart thundered. The ledge extended only a few centimeters wide. My left foot slipped on moss. I corrected, gulped air. Ahead, I glimpsed twisted roots of hemlock clinging to thin soil. The glow pulsed, like a heartbeat. At 6:30 p.m., I took a last breath and lunged for a root tuft. My ice axe banged into rock. My crampon scraped. I grabbed the tuft. The fog parted. I rose onto the final slab, wind nearly knocking me backward. My IR camera lay 30 feet below. I clamped the rope into my harness, glanced at coordinates again, 36.8913 degrees, minus 83.4658 degrees. The orb of pale light hovered before me, like a ghost lantern. It drifted toward the dead hemlocks, only 10 feet away. I reached for my camera, but decelerated. The orb blossomed, a snail's trail behind it, radiating fractal patterns on the fog. I raised my rifle for a shot, but my hand shook. I dropped the gun. I exhaled, raising my thermal scope instead. The orb's temperature was minus 12 degrees Fahrenheit, colder than the night air. The orb bobbed toward me. I exhaled, voice cracking. "Identify yourself." No response. It drifted around me, circled like an unearthly moth. My IR camera word. Data streaming. Recording patterns of cold and humidity. At 6:35 p.m., twilight deepening, the wind died. The glow stood still, pulsing. I felt weightless, as though I hovered with it. My breath formed frost clouds. Before I could react, I felt my feet lift from the rock. I clawed at the ground, my gloves torn by granite. I surfed along the surface. My heels scraped until I reached the platform's edge. The orb hovered 2 feet away. I noticed a faint woman's silhouette inside, pallid face, dark hair stringing in the wind. Her lips moved, though no sound came. Come join me. I yanked my harness. Stop. I screamed. The orb flickered. I felt a force push on my chest, like a gale from all sides. I scrambled backward, losing my crampon's grip. I tumbled backward down the slab, sliding 20 feet before the rope caught. My shoulder hit rock, pain flared. I dangled 20 feet above a vertical drop of 600 feet. I dangled in midair, roped to nothing but thin mist. I screamed into the frigid wind. Help me. My radio crackled. Warden Hughes. Miles? Come in. Over. My voice broke. I'm hanging rope a caught. I choked. Static swallowed my words. My fingers numb around a rope. The orb glowed below me, beckoning. I saw my IR camera below, lens cracked. My heart hammered. If I fell, no one would find me. I tried to calm myself. I could rappel to safety, untie the anchor at the top, but my shoulders screamed with pain. The orb drifted below me, inches away, its core thrumming with cold. I realized then that the glow wasn't a light at all. It was a being, an entity that lived in cold and mist. With gritted teeth, I forced my legs to find footholds. At 6:41 p.m., I rappelled up, careful not to be drawn toward the orb. My hands burnt from rope friction. I ascended 10 feet, relief when I passed the final notches for crampons. I reached the ledge. I scrambled to the top slab, blood trickling from my head. I glanced backward, no orb. I exhaled, staggering to my knees. My body trembled. I left the orb behind, retreated down the ridge, ropes dragging behind me. By 7 p.m., I'd reached the IR camera. I gathered it, pages of data stored. I snapped a few night scope images, the slab, the hemlocks, now empty. I hurried down the granite spine, breathless. At 7:40 p.m., I reached the 4-mile marker, a rattle of geese over the ridge. I stopped to catch my breath, radio in hand. Hughes, I'm alive. I've collected data on the ghost light, static. I repeated, Hughes. Over. But no response. I exhaled. I checked my watch, 7:50 p.m. I still had an hour of daylight, plenty to get down. I descended the trail, stumbling when my foot hit iced-over stone. At 8:22 p.m., I reached the forest floor, branches dancing with extinguished stars. I followed the GPS track down, down, until 9:13 p.m., when I finally reached the parking lot. My knees buckled. I collapsed beside my truck. My flashlight flickered. The glow of street lamps distant. I snapped IR images from my SD card onto my phone. There it was, the glowing orb's heat signature, a perfect sphere at -12 degrees Fahrenheit, hovering just above the slab's surface, resembling a frozen tear. I exhaled, closing my eyes. Something moved in the corner of my vision, a glimmer of pale light in the tree lean, like a wisp. I snapped my torch at it. Nothing. I jerked my head around. The forest was empty. I loaded my gear, peeled off snow and ash. At 9:35 p.m., I started the truck, radio aglow. I called station Miles to base. The radio crackled. Then a voice, Miles? Over. Relief washed over me. I'm on my way back, collected data on the ghost light. Heading down. Copy, Ranger. Drive safe. Over. As I pulled away, I glanced back at Widow's Peak. The summit was cloaked in darkness, the mist swirling. No glow. But I sensed something watching from the fog, an ancient hunger, waiting for night to fall again. Back at Stonebar Ridge Station on August 27, 2023, I pored over my data, hours of infrared video, timestamp, spectral analyses. I filled pages in my notebook. Min temp, minus 12 degrees Fahrenheit. Hollow ID, hashtag WP1. Patterns of oscillation, 0.7 Hertz. Emissivity consistent with ice crystal clusters. But shape persists independent of wind. In layman's terms, this ghost light was a living creature made of supercooled moisture. At 10:15 a.m., Warden Hughes arrived with a team, 2 park historians, Miller and Graves, a geologist, Dr. Singer, and a pilot. They crowded around my laptop. I played the infrared clip, a sphere of deep blue-white light floating 3 feet above the slab. It pulsed in time with a silent hum. Graves squinted. Looks like ball lightning, but ball lightning dissipates in milliseconds. This one persists. Dr. Singer nodded. Might be a plasma-like phenomenon interacting with quartz veins in the granite. But no known mechanism allows for a stable plasma in open air at negative 12 degrees. He rubbed his chin. It's anomalous. Maybe some rare atmospheric effect unique to Widow's Peak. Graves frowned. Local lore speaks of a white ghost that guides lost souls to climb too high, then vanish, just like the 4 thrill seekers. Miller pulled out a stack of old Ranger journals. Listen to this, he said, reading aloud from an entry dated September 14, 1972. At 11:02 p.m., I saw a white glow at the summit. I climbed to investigate. As I reached the top, the glow vanished. At 1 a.m., I found campers gone, tents shredded, traces of frozen footprints on rock. Another missing ranger. He closed the book. They wrote it off as hyperthermia in 1972's extreme cold snap. I nodded. My data suggests the glow intensifies at sub-freezing temperatures. When temps drop below 28 degrees Fahrenheit, it appears first. When below 15 degrees Fahrenheit, it amplifies. At minus 12 degrees Fahrenheit, it becomes corporeal, a sphere. That's when it, surfaced to attack me. Hugh's face hardened. So the heat from the human body destabilizes it. Maybe it seeks mass to draw heat from. Singer tapped his pen, which explains why every victim vanished. They were dragged into the fog, killed by hypothermia-like conditions, then the glow absorbed them. Miller said softly, if we can't neutralize the glow, no one's safe. It's too consistent to be a natural phenomenon, though it's tethered to atmospheric conditions. Graves suggested, perhaps we can replicate the spiral ritual from Coldwater Creek. Light a heat source on the summit to repel it. We have portable propane torches. Aim them at the orb, see if heat dissipates it. I weighed the idea. It sounded plausible. But the risk was high. Transporting propane to the summit in smoke-obscured, icy conditions. We needed a drone outfitted with infrared to track the orb from above. Singer's eyes lit up. I can modify one of our survey drones with a thermal camera to scan the summit after dark. If we can locate the glow, we can test response to infrared heat blast. Hughes nodded. Dr. Singer set up the drone. Ranger Miles, prepare for another summit attempt tonight, if conditions allow. We'll back you with aerial support. Grave, Miller, you remain here to monitor communications. I'll contact command for more resources. I stiffened, gear itching to go. Understood. My mind raced. If I passed out again, no helicopter would find me until morning, if at all. At 4 p.m., Singer and I prepped the drone, DJI Spectro 900 series with modified thermal imager. We gave it a custom mount, 2 high-intensity infrared halogen beams, a remote-triggered propane mini-flame unit. At 5:15 p.m., we loaded it into the station's hangar. I strapped on heart rate monitor, clipped on GPS beacon, and loaded my backpack. We'd leave at 5:30. The pilot, Sanders, flew us in a helicopter to a makeshift helipad near Mile 5 on Summit Ridge Trail. Smoke hung like gauze, turning the world to sepia. The pilot dropped me and Singer. They circled above as I began the climb. Singer would pilot the drone, monitor IR feedback, and record data. At 6:05 p.m., Singer launched the drone. The screen displayed the rocky face, swirling fog, and at 6:11, a pale dot flicker at the summit. The drone hovered 20 feet above the orb, which pulsed like a dying star, 15-degree F reading. Singer fired the infrared beam, 200-watt halogen, directed at the orb. It flickered violently, then shot upward as a pinpoint into the fog, fading. Singer lowered the beam. The orb reappeared, drifting horizontally. Singer raised the beam again. No effect. The orb only changed altitude and distance, retreating into thicker mist. My radio buzzed. Miles, drone's beams had no effect. Orb shifts opposite to heat source. Singer's increasing intensity to 1,500 watts. I repeat, 0 effect. Orb near 5,100 feet, my voice cracked. Understood. Heading up. By 6:25 p.m., I reached the final granite spine. Singer's drone tracked me, spotlight attached to its frame. The fog glowed orange in the pilot's night vision feed. I peered upward. No light. I felt the air hum. My radio crackled. Orb detected. Coordinates 36.8913 degrees minus 83.4657 degrees. Alt 5,075 feet were your orders. I exhaled, voice trembling. I'm proceeding to the last ledge. Need to get to the summit. Keep drone above me. The pilot replied. Copy that. 50% battery left. Lights dimming. I advanced up the slab. Hemlocks laced with ash bent against the wind. By 6:33 p.m., I reached the level where I'd stood before. The orb hung there, centered between hemlocks, pulsing. I aimed my thermal scope at it, minus 17 degrees Fahrenheit now, colder. It moved away, drifting deeper into the fog. I followed, gripping my ice axe. At 6:38 p.m., I reached the crest, standing on a small plateau of hemlock roots. The orb hovered 10 feet ahead, glowing brighter. I stepped forward to study it. My pulse thudded. If this was a being, it could kill me easily. My only chance, record enough data to reveal its weakness. I raised my camera. The orb's surface now showed a rippling of pulsing fractal geometries, like frost patterns dancing. I snapped photos. The drone speaker emitted a shrill beep. Warning, only 20% battery. Orb ascending. I watched as the orb rose swiftly, pushing through the fog like a torpedo of light. I aimed my thermal scope, reading minus 23 degrees Fahrenheit. It was unnatural, below freezing. I whispered, hues if heat repels. What if I bring portable heaters? I can set them in a circle around hemlocks, trap it. But Hughes radioed, time is short. Drone battery critical. You need to leave summit now. Drone cannot track further. The orb hovered, then shot straight down, plummeting toward me. I dropped my camera. The orb approached at high speed, pulled by a magnet of my body heat. I tenaciously retreated, feet slipping. The orb hovered inches away, glow scorching my vision. I heard a roar behind me, wind slamming against rock. The orb latched onto my jacket, melting the insulation, freezing my chest as if frostbitten. Pain seared my lungs. I collapsed onto my back, shoulder whiplashed. The orb rose from my chest, like a snake sliding free. I gasped for air. At 6:47 p.m., I shot my Colt .45 at the orb, once, twice, thrice. Each shot sparked, lightning smacking, but the orb flickered undeterred. When I squeezed the trigger a fourth time, the chamber clicked empty. The orb drifted inches from my face. I saw a hollow hole in its core, like a pupilless skull. A low hum vibrated through my bones. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands against ears, waiting for impact. At 6:49 p.m., the orb vanished, snuffed out, leaving a ring of frost on the granite. I lay panting. The fog swirled. I heard no more roar. I crawled to retrieve my rifle. My shoulder felt broken. I pressed on my wet chest. Pain shot down my arm. My breath came in racking sobs. At 7 p.m., I dragged myself to the ledge. Singer's drone hovered above, lights flickering. I strained. My radio squealed. "Miles, are you alive?" Response. I gasped. "Yes, injured, summit, send, need evac." Static swallowed me. I slung my broken rifle, strapped the drone to my belt, and waited. The fog rose like white fire. By 7:15 p.m., I heard rotor blades. I yelled into the wind, "Over here!" A rescue chopper materialized, lights swirling. They winched me aboard. As we lifted off, the orb's glow flickered one last time, half hidden in the mist, then extinguished. Below, Widow's Peak's hemlocks looked black and battered. Smoke hovered above. I pressed my hand to my chest, ice-cold wound. The orb had drawn heat until I nearly froze. I realized then the lost glow was no mere meteorological oddity. It was a predator, attracted by heat, living in sub-freezing night. By 7:42 p.m., I was stable in a hospital field rig. The pilot flew to the nearest trauma center. My last memory, the orb's hollow gaze, swirling fractal patterns, like knowing my every weakness. I awoke on September 2nd, 2023, in the Great Smoky Mountains Regional Medical Center. My right leg was in traction, shoulder strapped to a brace. Dr. Jennings hovered, bruises on his face. "You're lucky to be alive. You sustained a partial pulmonary embolism, likely frostbite trauma. Trying to ascend for data madness. We found your journal in your pack." He laid it on the tray, pages scrawled with formulas, thermal conductivity of granite, vapor pressures, enthalpy of freezing water, possible containment design, circular heat barrier emitting 300 K. I exhaled, wincing. It's the only way to neutralize the glow. He shook his head. By summits, certain risk to altitudes. We lost comms for 15 minutes. We thought you fell to your death. He replaced lid on journal. They found your rifle and gear strewn atop the ledge. Only your glove left on the platform. I could barely speak. At 10:15 a.m., Warden Hughes and Dr. Singer arrived. Hughes placed a folder on my bedside table. Review internal analysis. MRI scans. We need a plan. Singer nodded. I cross-referenced the infrared data with local geology. There's a vein of blue quartz running through that granite slab. Entire plateau is a piezoelectric matrix waiting for an energy trigger. I believe the orb, lost glow, derives power from piezoelectric effect in frozen moisture within the quartz. Heat paste. When rock cracks under stress, like extreme cold, electric fields accumulate. The orb condenses moisture into plasma. The more heat present, like a warm body, the more it can draw energy to sustain itself. That's why below minus 15 degrees Fahrenheit, it forms a stable sphere. I tap the journal. If we can disrupt the quartz's energy, send a current below the Curie point, or heat the entire quartz sheet. But heating that granite slab to above 32 degrees Fahrenheit in sub-zero night might collapse the rock or cause a landslide. Singer grimaced. Instead, I propose we invert polarity, inject a high-voltage pulse at the right frequency to push the system into resonance, forcing the orb to dissipate. I exhaled. We'd need a generator at the summit, way stronger than portable units. Something like 200 kilowatts. And we need to survive the climb. Hughes folded his arms. We secured government grant to erect a weather station at the summit, small wind turbine, and solar panels. We can tap those supplies, store energy in a large battery array. Then at the next sub-zero night, we can route current through cables embedded in granite to create a cathode-anode gradient. I winced. And what about the ghost lights effect on hikers? We need an early warning system. Singer nodded. We'll install motion sensors, heat sensors, sirens near the 4-mile mark. Anyone approaching the summit after dusk would trigger alarms. By the time the orb materializes, we'll already have warnings. Hughes cleared his throat. I'll secure budget. At dawn tomorrow, you'll begin planning cable installation. I know your leg is broken, but we'll get you up there. I exhaled. It was madness, but I nodded. December 5th, 2023, 3 a.m. A week after my release from the hospital. My leg still in a brace, I strapped myself into a specialized climbing harness, engineered to support my weight plus generator coils. 2 rangers extended cables from a portable generator trolley up the summit ridge, trail freshly plowed of deep snow. Singer and I led the team, 2 electricians from the Park Service, a structural engineer, and a drone support technician. Moon was near full, bright enough to cast pale shadows on snow. We loaded battery packs, makeshift grid storing 200 kilowatts from the SolarWind microgrid at the station. The plan: berry-wrapped heating cables and drilled channels in the granite plateau to generate a cathode-anode field. Then at sub-freezing temperatures, forecast minus 8 degrees Fahrenheit at summit, we'd switch on the current, draining the orb's energy, forcing dissipation. At 3:15 a.m., we began the ascent. The cold was a razor. Each breath burned. My leg buckled under the weight. I limped upward with an attached Splintex brace. At 4:30 a.m., we reached mile 2.8 marker. Motion sensors triggered a faint beep. I paused, hearing distant sirens, a false alarm day tripper. I shook my head, focusing on the climb. By 5:45 a.m., we reached the granite spine. The generator trolley inched behind us on a track built for this mission, an ATV with specialized treads. I shouldered a spool of heating cable, wrapped in Kevlar sheathing, each cable 8 feet long, 50 feet of total length. We had to drill shallow trenches in the granite to lay cables flush. The structural engineer used portable drills with diamond-tipped bits, handheld, warmed by methane heaters to prevent freezing. At 6:45 a.m., we reached the final plateau, summit, elevation 5,100 feet. The team formed a semicircle. The temperature read -9 degrees Fahrenheit on my infrared scope. A faint glow flickered on the far hemlock cluster, lost glow materializing for dawn. I exhaled. Now. Electricians worked swiftly, burying cables in shallow trenches. I directed them, though my legs screamed each step. The glow pulsed, shifting patterns, like a heartbeat lighting the mist. By 7:15 a.m., cables were laid, dipped in superconductive gel to maintain conductivity in cold. We connected one end to the battery bank in a sleek metal box anchored at the plateau's edge. I readied the transmitter, Singer at my side. The orb flickered, pulsating in fascination. I glanced at Singer. Ready? He nodded, fingers trembling around a remote switch. I took position for cover behind a granite block. The glow drifted, the mist parted, swirling around it like wind chimes in fog. The orb's center deepened, 25-degree F reading. It sensed the cable's current potential. At 7:20 a.m., Singer yanked the switch. An electric hum roared through the cables. My infrared showed a field gradient forming around the cables, blue-white bands extending outward. The orb halted, suspended like a child in headlights. Its glow intensified, shrill crackle of electricity in the air. The temperature around it plunged to -29 degrees Fahrenheit. The orb convulsed, pulsed faster, trying to draw heat energy from the cables. It soared upward in a spiral, like plasma dancing on gel. We heard electrical arcs snap. Stones beneath cables cracked. I felt a shockwave passing through my boots, like lightning struck the plateau. At 7:22 a.m., the orb collapsed inward, like a blooming flower closing. The glow flickered, then condensed to a small sphere, smaller than a grapefruit. It rolled along the cable's trench, like a marble ensnared. The field grew violently. Arc lightning flashed along the cable path, hissing, sizzling. I saw one ranger, arms spread, forced backward by a gust of wind. Sparks blasted through the mist. I felt the air throb. My eardrums rattled. The orb's center glowed pure white, then blinked red, then black. The cable's arcs died. The orb shuddered thrice, then collapsed into a puddle of light that vanished into nothing. Silence crashed. At 7:23 a.m., the world fell still. Snowflakes drifted. The fog parted. The hemlock cluster lay dark, branches asleep. The plateau was quiet. No humming, no glow. I collapsed to my knees. Pain shot through my body. Singer rushed to me. You did it. I nodded, chest heaving. My leg trembled. Hughes radioed from below. Miles, summit secure? Over. I whispered, summit secure. Glow gone. Static. We spent the next 2 hours dismantling the cables, burying them beneath snow. At 9:45 a.m., we began our descent. Morning sun slanted across ridges, painting the valley gold. We saw smoke plumes from distant fire, but the peak's summit lay in peaceful clarity. No pale orb, no swirling fog. By 12:15 p.m., we reached the base, cheered by a small crowd. Rangers, local reporters, hikers. I staggered to a wheeled stretcher. My leg gave out. They loaded me into a park ambulance. I saw my IR camera bag safe, intact, an archive of the orb's final images. I write this on December 10th, 2023, from Stonebar Ridge Station Recovery Room. My leg is still broken, migraines frequent. The summit is secure. Motion sensors and heat detectors remain active. We deploy drones every night at dusk to confirm no orb reappears. So far, none. Yet on clear nights, I sometimes see a faint glow on the horizon, as though another phantom light flickers, searching for a new host. The structural engineer cautions that the quartz veins may realign, regenerating the charge over time. The orb may return after the winter's ice thaws. We plan annual maintenance on cables, hot air blowers to prevent refreezing and damage. The four thrill seekers' remains remain unfound. We assume they fell into a crevasse. But in August, I noticed one small, burned spiral symbol carved into a hemlock's trunk, above the drip line's reach. The same symbol from the Blood Oak clearing and Coldwater Creek's gleanings. The spiral recurs, a mark signifying a connection among these cursed sites. I have nightmares. I see that pocked granite slab, the orb's fractals burning my retinas. I awake in a sweat, the hum of electricity echoing in my ears. I survive because I understand the orb's hunger. It feeds on heat, transforms cold into a living entity. We broke the cycle for now. But Widow's Peak is older than our data, older than memory. Someday, it might reclaim its glow. Until that day, I remain the warden of the empty peak, watching, waiting. If you ever hike near Widow's Peak and see a pale light through the haze, turn back. It's not a lantern. It's a living thing, waiting for the warmth of your flesh to feed upon. And once it has you, you'll vanish into the mist, just another whisper in the wind. Hemlock Falls plunges 70 feet into a slate basin deep in the Appalachians, an emerald pool fringed with moss-coated rocks. In summer, it's a popular rest stop for hikers, a place of quiet beauty. But every autumn 2 hikers vanish there, like wraiths consumed by the cascade. Park lore calls it the shadow at the base of the falls, the darkness that creeps behind your reflection in the water, waiting to pull you in. In 1947, a ranger named Mark Reed vanished after reporting he saw a figure in his reflection grinning back at him. In 1975, a pair of students vanished while filming the falls at Golden Hour. In 2023, another hiker, Mrs. Agnes Kim, disappeared. Her camera washed ashore, lens shattered, showing only one frame, her reflection next to a twisted black figure, eyes glowing like embers. As Hemlock Falls Ranger since March 2024, I've patrolled daily, checked the logs, interviewed witnesses. None can explain the vanishings, no drownings, no slip accidents. But each November, as leaves drop, a long shadow crosses the falls, an inky stain in the cascading water, just at twilight. I've never called it the shadow, but that's exactly what it is, a darkness that lingers behind reflective surfaces. Now the season turns again. 5 days ago, on October 30th, 2024, a college student, Levi Morales, vanished at 4 p.m. Flashlight video last captured him filming his reflection at the pool's edge. Then the feed shows only dark, swirling water, followed by static. I will not leave this to superstition. I will chase the shadow to its lair, even if it means leaving my body behind. This is my record, so that the next ranger may learn the price of witnessing true darkness. October 30th, 2024, 2 p.m. I arrived at Hemlock Falls after a heavy rain that swelled the creek. The trail was muddy, a carpet of orange leaves pressed down by foot traffic. I wore waterproof boots, thick parka, GPS tracker, radio, IR camera, field notebook, flashlight rig. As I approached the falls, I found Levi's camera bag on a rock, lens cover soaked but intact. I tapped it. The lens popped open under the water droplets. I pulled it out, squeezed the shutter, clouded. I checked my radio. Miles, do you copy? Over. It was Deputy Ranger Lee. I replied, found a camera, appears to be missing person Morales. No sign of him. I surveyed the scene. The pool at the base was churning, brown and muddy. No kayak. I kicked aside leaves. Fresh footprints traced from a side path. Footprints with Levi's distinctive boot tread. They stopped at the pool's edge. My breath caught. I walked to the metal railing marking the observation deck. 2 boards broken. I observed iron oxide stains on the wood, like blood or rust. I snapped photos. I radioed Lee, deck railing damaged, cordon off. Need dive team. He acknowledged. I continued searching nearby. At 3:15 p.m., I found Levi's camcorder perched on a rock, still recording. I pressed play. His chances of survival dwindled. Hey guys, this is Levi. This is awesome. His voice crackled. The camera panned over the falls. My vantage from below, but he held it at head height. I heard a rustle behind him. He turned. His reflection shimmered in the water, a twisted double. His face but mouth stretched wide in a grin. His eyes were coal black. He froze. I watched him grunt. The reflection lifted an obsidian hand, mimicked Levi's every move. Levi gasped, stumbled backward, camera skewed. He took a step forward, peering into the water. The reflection remained grinning. He took a second step, then he lunged forward, camera swinging. The image cut static. I exhaled. The deck railing splintered. I felt goosebumps. I had 1 hour before sunset. I strapped the camera into my pack. I called dive team, confirmed Levi's last known location at pool edge. Water turbidity high. Full technical dive required. No answer, radio dead. I cursed. I tried again, static. I dashed to my truck to use the satellite phone. By 3:40 p.m., dive team acknowledged. They'd mobilized from station in 10 minutes by ATV. I headed back to the pool, whipped off my jacket, readied my dive gear. At 4:10 p.m., I stood at the pool's edge, gear on. The water's current slowed as it reached the basin, like a massive mirror reflecting the sky. I slipped into the water, cold but not freezing, kicked toward the center slowly. The river's flow revived memories, once a tranquil place, now malevolent. I reached 10 feet from the falls, stood in shallows. My infrared camera caught no anomalies, just distorted heat signature from the spray. I scanned around, no tents, no kayak pieces. I waved my light under the water, nothing but logs and silt. At 4:15 p.m., I saw it, my reflection in the pool, face pale, headlamp glowing. Behind me in the water's reflection was a second face, pale and elongated, only visible in the reflection, not in flesh. I spun no one. I raised the flashlight. The reflection's face returned, hollow eyes, wide grin. I shivered. Blood ran to my ankles. I whispered, "Who are you?" The face in the reflection no longer mimicked me. It swayed, distorting beneath the ripples. Its grin widened. My heart thundered. The reflection unraveled, shadows swirling, melding into the blackness behind the falls. I bolted, hoisted myself out. My wet suit was soaked. The reflection remained, etched in my mind. I stepped back, gripping the camera. The dive team's ATV approached. 2 divers dressed in dry suits. They strapped gear to boards. I explained. I saw a twisted reflection face by the falls. One diver, Tatum, rolled his eyes. Imagination or fog. We need to find Morales. She stepped into the water with me. I pointed. Here I saw it. Tatum shone her dive light into the water. Blackness swirled. I'm not seeing anything weird. She scanned. I realized she couldn't see the shadow's reflection, only visible on the service deck. At 4:25 p.m., I donned my dive helmet, wrists clicking. I dove beneath. The water was cold, thermocline set at 12 feet. I reached 15 feet. Suction from the falls roared, grapple hook lurking in the darkness. My IR camera captured no anomaly, only swirling silt. At 4:28 p.m., a shape glowed. My flashlight caught a dark form clinging to the submerged log, a boot flannel leg protruding. I swam forward, touched it, a boot tag, Morales. I looked upward, ready my camera. The form drifted, unmoving. I rotated it upward, saw Levi's face, eyes fixed shut. I circled, unclipped him from log. When I grasped him, I felt a jolt, like icy fingers wrapping my wrist. At 4:30 p.m., I pulled him up. He floated into view. ID card on his neck, Levi Daniel Morales, 22. I carried him to shore. Tatum rushed to help. We laid him on a blanket, checked for pulse, none. Lips purple. I pressed his chest. Water gurgled. I cleared his airway. Nothing. I scanned my IR camera on his face. Temperature -3 degrees Fahrenheit. He was beyond revival. I heard a soft whisper over my shoulder. Another. A world. Tatum's face was calm. No hint of horror. I scanned behind. Nothing. The whisper repeated. Another. I choked, looked at the pool. Mirror surface reflected the crimson of afternoon. The shadow's face flickered. I staggered away, vomiting. I shouted to Tatum, "Get him out. Leave me, I need air." She nodded, dragging Levi behind brush. I sank to my knees, facing the pool. I splashed water on my face. The reflection still hovered, pale face, curling lips. At 4:38 p.m., Tatum returned with a stretcher. "We got him. We'll take him to the morgue." Her voice was flat, calm. I rose. The shadow's face remained, etched on the water. I whispered, "Why?" It grinned. I retched. I stumbled away, needing to prepare for tonight when I'd lure the shadow out of reflection and banish it. That night, October 31st, 2024, I couldn't sleep. Hemlock Falls Station was silent. I huddled in my room, reviewing research, letters, notebooks, journals from past decades. I discovered that on October 29th, 1947, Ranger Mark Reed's last entry, I see someone behind me in the water's reflection. When I turned, no one. At midnight, I go to confront the reflection. I will record it. Next page. Ranger Reed missing. Only camera found, lens pointing at the water. In his camera's last frame, bright red eyes glowed behind Reed's reflection, its teeth bared. Silt flecked in air. That was it. Reed never returned. His remains never found. Only a single notch carved in granite next to the viewing deck. On October 29th, 1975, two students, Aaron Novak and Peter Way, recorded an hour of footage. They giggled as they filmed their reflections. They asked, "Hey, reflection, come play." In the final frames, Aaron's reflection flickered, turned into a black silhouette. Peter panicked, dropped the camera, and they vanished, never found. In 2023, Mrs. Kim's camera found with lens shattered. One frame captured her reflection and a pair of eyes in the pool, molten red. They said it was God's curse. I saw beyond superstition. The reflection was a portal, a mirror into a twisted realm, conjuring duplicates. Whoever looked deeper was dragged into darkness. So I resolved tonight to confront the shadow at midnight, when the veil between reflection and reality was thinnest. I needed to record its form, banish it using an old mirror ceiling right I uncovered, etched in Dr. Carlyle's journal from 1865. Those who face their shadows must render the mirror blind. Then the darkness recedes into the void. The ritual required obsidian shards, a circle of salt, a bowl of clear water, a silver bell, and a spoken incantation at midnight. I fetched these. I had a chunk of obsidian from Coldwater Creek, iron-rich glass, salt from the station's pantry, water from the falls, a small silver bell from my grandmother. Incantation transcribed from hand-etched marble stone sup. I practiced under my breath. At 8 p.m., I loaded gear into my backpack. Obsidian shards, salt in pouches, water in glass flask, bell in leather holster, camera flashlight. I donned gloves, parka, IR camera strapped to chest. I radioed Lee, patrol Hemlock Falls after midnight, possible confrontation. He replied, copy. Backup will remain on standby. I left at 8:15 p.m. Rising moon lit the trail. I arrived at 9:05 p.m. Few tourists remained. I locked the station door. Only the cascading roar filled the air. October 31st, 2024, 11:30 p.m. Cold seeped through layers. I positioned myself on the observation deck, metal railing icy. I placed obsidian shards in a roughly drawn circle at center, 5 shards at each cardinal point, held by salt crossbars. In the circle's middle, I set down the water flask. I clipped the silver bell at my belt. I aimed my IR camera at the pool. The waterfall glowed under moonlight, mist swirling. I flicked on my flashlight, illuminated the circle, a small altar for banishment. I checked my watch, 11:45 p.m. 15 minutes to midnight. I heard the stump of a twig. I raised my head, Deputy Ranger Lee emerging from the tree lean, flashlight in hand. He whispered, I'll cover you. Give the code if you go missing. I nodded, appreciation and dread mixing. At 11:58 p.m., minutes to midnight, I stared at the water, surface still. I spoke to myself, Shadow, show yourself. The waterfall's roar mumbled. At 11:59 p.m., a ripple formed, tiny wave expanding. I gripped the silver bell's handle. At 12 a.m., a figure emerged, rising from the pool's center, water dripping from its hair. It wore a tattered black cloak, face obscured. I aimed my flashlight. The figure stepped onto the deck, its reflection trailing behind on water. I raised my silver bell, rang it thrice, sharp chimes echoing across canyon. The shadow turned, its face revealed, eyes like obsidian, mouth shifting between grin and scream. I saw Levi's face flicker, then a black silhouette, no features. I shouted the incantation, phonetic. O mirror of water, blind her depths tonight. Let shadow be banished back into the night. By salt and by silver, by obsidian's gleam. Reflect not the phantom, let darkness be redeemed. I rang the bell again. Each ring reverberated off rock. The shadow advanced, cloaked in fluid blackness. I rang the bell repeatedly, 6 times. The echoing struck the shadow's form. Raindrop-shaped patches of darkness peeled away like dew. The shadow's cloak rustled, eyes blazing. It pressed forward, face inching close, cold seeping from it. I stepped backward to the salt circle's edge. The shadow's reflection warped on the water's surface, distorting. I dashed to the obsidian circle, raised a shard, snapped it in half. The sharp edges cut through the air, sparked against the railing. When I struck the shard against the water's surface, A spiderweb of cracks glowed, like breaking glass. The shadow screamed, a shriek like rusted metal. I heard mirrors shatter within walls. The obsidian's splintered edge flicked in the moonlight, spread cracks across the water's surface, encircling the shadow's reflection. At 12:02 a.m., the water's reflection fractured, splintered like broken glass, disturbing the face. The shadow's form flickered once, twice, then spasmed. The roar abated, water stilled. I rang the bell again, crescendo of silver chimes. At 12:03 a.m., the shadow's form contorted, shrank to a spot of ink on the water, then vanished. The water's surface rippled, then returned to mirror-like stillness, only moonlight's reflection. I dropped the shard, heart pounding. I exhaled. The chill in my bones receded. The reflection of Hemlock Falls was pure, no face behind mine, only the cascade's silhouette. Deputy Ranger Lee slowly stepped forward. "Is it gone?" I nodded, voice hoarse. "We sealed it." I scanned the deck. Obsidian pieces glowed faintly under the moon. I carefully scooped them into a pouch. I poured salt over the water's edge, ensuring no reemergence. At 12:10 a.m., Lee and I departed the deck, steps uncertain, hearts soaked in adrenaline. The fall's roar was normal, only water. The reflection was just that, reflection. November 1st, 2024, 6 a.m. I woke in my cabin, legs numb, back sore. Deputy Ranger Lee rapped on the door. "All clear. No reports of disappearances. Falls secure." He placed a cup of hot coffee on my desk. I exhaled, trembling. On the station's whiteboard, Hemlock Falls shadow banished, midnight, check weekly. Underneath, crudely drawn symbol, an inverted spiral within a circle, matching offerings at the Blood Oak Clearing, Coldwater Creek, and Widow's Peak. The park's curse spread, a mirror of wraiths, orb of ice, haunted clearing, ghost light, now a shadow. The spiral recurred. I found my IR camera images. Only one frame captured Shadow's face, eyes glowing in obsidian void. I printed it, hammered into the station's lore binder. Lee said, "Your ritual worked. But rumors say it'll return after a lunar eclipse. We need to maintain the salt circle, ringing bell at midnight once a month." I nodded. "What about the cemetery? Any signs of Mark Reed or the 1975 duo?" Lee shook head. "No bodies found at cliffs or river. I think their forms dissolved." He tapped the image. "Your obsidian blades melted halfway. The mirror ritual took a toll on reality. You must rest." I exhaled. My legs ached. I'd faced paperwork, now a shadow warden. December 5th, 2024. A month later, Hemlock Falls is tranquil. Park rangers installed LED strobes around the pool, triggered if reflections shimmer beyond normal parameters. Tourists flock at dawn, photographing the fall's rainbow mists. But at midnight, rangers ring silver bells and refresh salt circles with obsidian shards under moonlight. I patrol daily, patience fraying, ever aware the shadow lurks just behind the glassy surface. Every reflection I see, my cup of coffee, my cabin window, reminds me that darkness can slip through any mirror. I drilled one obsidian shard into a silver-plated pouch, sole security at my side. Each time I see my reflection, I check for that hollow grin. Fear will never fully leave. In late January 2025, a powerful lunar eclipse passes. The fall's reflection darkens, ripples of black under ice. I ring the bell 24 times, incantation on my lips. I pour salt and fresh water into the pool. The wind roars, a chill grips my bones. For a terrifying moment, I see the shadow grinning, reflected in the water. Then it vanishes, like a specter banished. I know this battle is endless. Hemlock Falls will always contain that inky mirror. But tonight, its darkness hides. I close my eyes, reciting the final chant, mirror blind, darkness bind, reflection break, all be free. I exhale. When I open my eyes, the water is pure. My reflection is mine, the shadow banish, if only for now. If you ever stand before Hemlock Falls at twilight, gaze at your reflection and see if a hollow grin stares back. If so, ring a bell thrice, toss salt into the water, and retreat. Because behind the mirror, the shadow waits. And only by offering light can we keep that darkness at bay. I never believed the old stories. Rangers at Stone Bar Ridge Station had warned me before I ever set foot on Whispering Ridge. Don't listen to the wind. It's only wind, nothing else. Or if the trees start talking, plug your ears and make your way back to the cabin. I'd shrugged it off as folklore. Cabin ghosts to scare new rangers. I've been here only a week when the first hiker vanished. Then another. By the time I got here, rumors said 7 people had gone missing over 3 months, 4 campers, 2 hunters, and 1 lone backpacker. No trace except empty packs and footprints that led nowhere. They transferred me in September, just as the crisp mountain air hinted at frost. My predecessor, Deputy Ranger Halvorsen, disappeared on her 3rd patrol. They found her boots neatly placed outside the station door, but she was gone. I was told only, keep the logs, do your rounds, and never walk the ridge after sundown. The message was clear enough, but I'd always been drawn to the unknown. I wanted to know why. And so here I am, typing this in a cabin that creaks and groans, waiting for the night to come again, because I know I won't sleep. Not properly. Not if I'll ever see daylight again. I arrived at Stone Bar Ridge Station on a gray September afternoon. Clouds hung so low that I felt I could reach out and touch them. The logbook in the station was heavy, dog-eared, filled with terse entries, sightings of strange lights, unidentifiable sounds, footprints that vanished at the tree line. Nothing conclusive. Just fear etched in ink. The only thing they'd left me was a pile of maps and a list of missing persons files. After I unpacked, I wandered outside. The station was built on a small clearing, overlooking a sloping ridge that fell into dense evergreens. The trees loomed like sentinels. I could almost hear them breathing. I checked my watch, 5:07 p.m. Sunset would be around 6:45. Plenty of time for one last patrol. I strapped on my pack, grabbed my flashlight, and set out toward the ridge. Halfway up the spiral path I heard, almost beneath the wind, a faint murmur, like a whisper. I paused, pointed my flashlight into the pines. Nothing, just shadows. I tried to brush it off as my imagination. The wind slashed through the boughs, rattling them like chains. I reached the summit marker, a tall weathered pine with a metal plaque. Whispering Ridge, elevation 3,200 feet. As I traced my fingers over the plaque, a gust of wind swept through, and I heard it clearly this time. Help me. Goosebumps broke out on my arms. I spun around, scanning the forest. No one there. The sound, if it was a sound, seemed to come from everywhere at once, like the wind had a voice. My rational mind cried wind, but a pit of dread formed in my stomach. I hurried back to the station before darkness swallowed me whole. That night, I barely slept. I dreamt I stood on the ridge, listening to voices that called my name. When I woke, The early dawn light was muffled by thick fog. The logbook lay open on my desk. My predecessor's final entry was scrawled on the page. They called to me. At first, it was just a faint hum in the breeze. Now it's clear voices. They want me to come higher. I shivered, closed the logbook, and looked out the window at the fog-shrouded trees. I was already too deep. By the third day, the phone rang early. I answered voice hoarse. The local game warden said a hiker named Elaine Morris hadn't returned from her weekend trip to Whispering Ridge. She last checked in on Saturday at 10:15 a.m. It was now Monday, and her boyfriend, who'd driven down from Lexington, reported her overdue. I grabbed my pack, my radio, and drove the old pickup up to the trailhead. The trail was slick from overnight dew. Leaves turned gold and crimson underfoot. I followed the marked path up to the summit marker, checking for any sign, a discarded water bottle, footprints, anything. I hunched low, scanning the ground. A broken twig, I marked it mentally. Then a boot print, missing heel clip, that looked like Elaine's size. It led off the main trail, toward a cluster of saplings that looked disturbed, as if someone had forced their way through. I radioed the station, found possible footprints trailing off the marked path. Heading in to investigate. No sooner had I said that than the wind picked up. A low moan drifted through the trees. I froze. The murmur came again, unmistakably female, pleading, "Please, help." I swallowed and pushed forward. The footprint trail twisted beneath tangled roots. Soon the forest closed in, as if walls of green were pressing me toward something I didn't want to see. I saw Elaine's backpack snagged on a low branch, zipper open, contents spilled, a half-used map, a granola bar wrapper, small first aid kit. I knelt and snapped a photo for the log. Then the whisper came closer, "Elaine." It sounded behind me, yet when I spun around, no one stood there. My heart thundered. I radioed out, "I have her packed, but no sign of her." Continuing on, I climbed up a small embankment and found a narrow game trail. The sun dipped toward the western ridge. Shadows stretched long between the trunks. I followed the trail until it dead-ended at the base of a thunder-scarred oak. Its massive roots wove into a hole that seemed carved by hand, too neat to be natural. My radio crackled. "Colin, you heading back soon?" It was Warden Hughes. I hesitated. "I'm close, just checking." Twigs snapped behind me. I spun. Nothing. That whisper again. "Help me." I took a deep breath and called back, "Stay on frequency. I think I'm near something." Then I climbed down into the root cavity. Inside, the ground was damp, covered in fallen needles. I knelt, shining my light. Graffiti-like scratchings on the wood. Can't stop it. They're watching. And below that, a date, September 18th, 2024, last month. A scuff of movement beyond the tree trunk. I snapped my light around. The foliage parted, and I glimpsed, just for a heartbeat, Elaine. She stood on the far edge of the clearing, eyes wide, staring back. But when I raised my light, she was gone. I dashed forward, but the mist rolled in and swallowed her form. My boots sank into wet leaves. I called out her name. The whisper came again, "Don't go in." Then everything went silent. Hours later, we found only her camera buried in underbrush, memory card missing. No Elaine, no footprints beyond that clearing, no radio call from her. That night, I sat alone at my desk, replaying the moment. I felt watched. I could practically hear those trees grinning. Over the next week, 2 more people vanished. First, a hunter from Bristol, Jim Henderson, disappeared while deer tracking. His pack was found hung from a tree, straps carved through as if bitten by something. Next was a solo camper, Mrs. Lydia Carmichael, who checked in by radio Sunday morning. By evening, her tent lay abandoned, unzipped, sleeping bag missing. No tracks, no witness. Rangers patrolled in pairs after that. I insisted on it. But I often found myself alone. My partner, Ranger Lowe, assigned night watches, while I stoked the fire, updated the logs, reviewed the maps. The fog clung to the ridge like cotton. I could see little beyond 20 yards. I tried to keep my eyes on the trail, but sometimes I thought I saw shapes moving in the haze, figures stepping between trees, then dissolving when I blinked. One night I heard screaming down near the stream that runs below the ridge. I grabbed my flashlight and jogged toward the sound, heart pounding. The fog parted to reveal a small clearing with a steam-wreathed water pooled in glassy stillness. I stepped forward. The beam caught something floating, an orange tint flap. I waded in. The flap clung to the reeds, but no sign of a camper. Nothing. No footprints to or from the bank, only taps where branches had been struck. I crouched down, listening. Then I heard it calling. It drifted on a wind, so faint I thought maybe it was my own mind. I spun. The mist thickened, swirling around me, and I glimpsed a pale face, a girl's, peeking from behind a tree. But when my light swung to the tree, nothing was there. My radio crackled. All quiet here. You okay? I stumbled back to my feet, breath ragged. Yeah, I replied, just investigating. But I hadn't told Lo about the face. Just in case. If anything was watching, I wanted no one else tangled in it. By late September, the fog grew thicker each dawn, more haunting. I revisited Elaine's campsite and Henderson's hunting blind, looking for clues I must have missed. I mapped their last known GPS coordinates. Both fell within a half-mile radius of an abandoned stone quarry carved into the east face of the ridge. It wasn't on standard maps. It predated the park's formation. Rumor said miners left it in 1912, after a cave-in killed 17. They buried the entrance under debris, and the forest claimed the scar. I hiked there at first light. Oaks and maples arched overhead, their trunks twisted where the earth had shifted. I climbed down a steep slope, inhaled damp, loamy air. An old rusted winch sat half-buried. Broken cables snaked down into darkness. The mine entrance was a gaping maw, still partially collapsed. I noted the date carved into the timbers above, July 16th, 1898, almost 127 years ago. I shone my flashlight inside. The beam revealed a wooden brace rotted through. I set my pack down and radioed. I found the quarry entrance. I'm going inside. Static crackled through, then Lowe's calm voice. Roger that. Take care. My boots crunched on slate. I switched to my headlamp. The tunnel narrowed, compressed until I had to crouch. Air smelled of damp rock and decay, the stink of bodies maybe centuries old. Fallen beams blocked the way about 20 yards in. I squeezed between planks into a larger cavern. My breath formed clouds in the beam. Then I saw a figure, hunched, rocking slightly. I switched my radio to flashlight beam focus. A man in shredded flannel, face pale and gaunt, eyes glinting. He stared at me, unblinking. "Who are you?" I whispered. He didn't answer but lifted a hand, pointing deeper into the dark. I took a half step forward. As I did, he raised his other arm, traced a symbol in the dust on the beam, a crudely carved spiral, like a wound coiling inward. "Hey." I spoke aloud, heart thundering. He opened his mouth. A whisper emerged, so low I felt it in my chest. Take me home. I stumbled back. Ah. Suddenly the mine floor shifted. Rocks tumbled. I scrambled out just as a tail-end collapse sealed the chamber behind me. The gaunt figure screamed, an inhuman shriek that reverberated in my skull. I slammed the beam into the pile of debris. It toppled. Inside, I saw no body, no light, only darkness, only that echoing wail. I sprinted to the ranger station, not stopping until I reached the door. I locked it, chest heaving. My radio spilled static. Colin, Lowe's voice anxious. Status. I barely answered. Entrances collapsed. He's gone. Everyone's gone. I sank against the door, praying I wasn't next. The station's log was filling fast. 8 missing. 2 found dead, both skeletonized, their flesh long gone, beneath the quarry debris. The coroner said they died weeks before anyone reported them missing. Photos of their faces, though, had hair still clinging, eyes wide lifeless, staring at something we couldn't see. The official line, hypothermia, accidental cause of death. But everyone at the station knew something else had claimed them. I took point on the final search. The storm forecast called for heavy rains, flooding. The park would shut down trails soon. I determined that tonight I'd go into the quarry again. Only I brought more than a headlamp this time. Jumper cables, a portable generator, high-powered floodlights. I expected to clear just enough debris to give a better look. Lowe drove me to the rim of the ridge. We hiked together up to the summit marker, then down to the quarry mouth. The wind howled, rattling my jacket. Ready? Lowe asked, flashlight probing the darkness. Yeah, I lied. I set up the generator just outside, an ancient blood-stained inscription on the frame. Do not return. I plugged the floodlights in. A low hum filled the air. Sweat prickled my scalp. We turned them on together. Brilliant beams pierced the darkness, revealing the collapsed timbers and broken planks. I waded in, Low at my side. The crushed interior looked harrowingly familiar. I recognized the spiral carving in the dust, though weathered, the same pattern he traced the night before. I knelt, snapped a photo. Then I took out my radio station. We have eyes on old mine entrance. Lifting debris now. We pried away loose boards, but beneath, the collapse went deep, over 7 feet of rubble. Lowe said, we can't dig by hand. Too dangerous. I nodded, trying to keep my hands from trembling. That's when I heard it, or rather felt it. The floodlights flickered. The wind dropped. The ridge fell silent. Even the generator cut out. Darkness smothered us. In that instant, I smelled smoke. And a voice right next to my ear, you should have stayed away. I whirled. Lowe was gone. Only the echoing drip of water from the ceiling remained. I fumbled for my radio. Static. Then a single word, turn back. I scrambled to my feet, Hartonville heavy. Outside, I could see Lowe's flashlight beam swiveling, but no answer to my call. I shone mine through the tunnel. But beyond 10 feet, the darkness seemed to thicken, a living thing drawing me in. I radioed frantically, Lowe, Lowe, come in. No response. Nothing but static and that oppressive quiet. I stepped forward. 10 feet. 15. My foot slipped on wet slate. I caught myself and looked down to see a handprint, grimy, skeletal, pressed into the dirt. I traced it with shaking fingers. The palm print continued, as if someone had climbed out of a shallow trough. I coughed. A low rumble shook the ground. It wasn't thunder, it was underground. Earth shifting far below. My headlamp flickered. Then, from deep within, low chanting. 100 voices, all drawn-out syllables. Descend, crawl, obey the spiral. Within the dark. Find us, free us. My skin crawled. I backed away, but the lights went out completely. Total blackness. I fumbled for my radio. My hands flew across the dial. At last. Station, do you read? No answer. I dropped to my knees, used my hands to navigate toward what I thought was the exit. I heard a rasp like fingernails on wood. I thought it was low. I called out, but only heard my echo. Then a cold breeze brushed my neck. A rasping whisper, join us. I scrambled out of the quarry mouth into blinding fog. My headlamp lay shattered inside. I ran for the station, fearing something would reach for me in a mist. I burst through the doorway, breathing so hard I could taste the metallic tang of fear. Lowe staggered in behind me, face pale. His flashlight beam trembling. Colin, he gasped. They called my name. I saw lights, figures, then I ran. He sank to his knees, hands covering his face. They want me. They want all of us. We locked the station's doors. Outside, the storm unleashed its fury. Rain pounded the eaves. I stared out the window, willing myself to be calm. But sleep eluded me. I could hear tapping on the roof, or was it the wind? I felt like eyes watched me through every window. They evacuated Stone Bar Ridge the next morning. Rangers from the regional office came in, assessed the hazardous conditions, and sealed the quarry with concrete. They declared the ridge unsafe and shut the trail indefinitely. I handed in my resignation before they could assign me to guard the closure tape. I couldn't stay. Too many voices, too many faces. The missing, their eyes hollow, watching. I moved 40 miles south, away from the ridge. But sometimes, when the wind rustles in the gutter outside my apartment, I swear I hear a whisper, "Come back, free us." I pull back the curtain to see nothing but empty streetlights. I keep a photo on my desk, the spiral carving on a mind brace, half buried in dust. I trace it with my fingertip. My name is nowhere on it. I wonder if it will be one day deep inside the abandoned drift. If you ever find yourself on Whispering Ridge and the wind seems too loud, if the forest seems too still, turn away. Don't follow the voices. Don't descend into darkness. Because once it knows your name, it calls you back. Always. The first time I felt it, I was standing at the summit of Black Frost Pass just before dawn. The world was a frozen gray hush. Ice crusted over every rock and twig. My breath curled like a ghost in the air. I patrolled this section for 3 winters now, and I'd never sensed anything more than the lonely cry of a distant owl. But that morning, there was something else. A presence just on the edge of my awareness. I lifted my rifle and spun. Nothing, just fog. Then I heard a faint crunch, boots on ice, not mine. I swept the ridge with my flashlight, but the beam hit only swirling mist. As I stood there, a whisper drifted through the cold air, rasping like claws on granite. Turn back. My heart slammed. I turned and descended faster than I ever had. I didn't know it then, but someone had already vanished in those woods. Someone who would never come home. November 2024 was colder than any year I'd known. Temperatures dropped into single digits, and I swallowed the trails. I was assigned to routine winter patrols along Black Frost Pass, elevation 4,100 feet, more to keep an eye on the rare winter hiker than any wildlife concerns. On this particular patrol, I carried an emergency radio, a handheld GPS, and enough supplies for 3 days in case of a storm. As I crested the pass at dawn, the world lay silent beneath 2 inches of fresh snow. My boots crunched along the winding trail that hugged the cliff face. I watched for ice overhangs that could collapse, but my mind drifted to hearing that whisper a week prior. I chalked it up to wind, but something in me knew better. My radio chirped. A voice crackled, "Ranger Miles, do you read? We have a hiker, Becky Langston, overdue from her solo winter trek. She checked in at 0800 yesterday. Route signal GPS says she never passed waypoint 3. That GPS coordinate put her right in the heart of Black Frost Pass." "I'll head there now," I replied. I switched on my GPS, plotted Becky's last location. It was only 2 miles ahead, along a narrow ridge bordered on one side by a 1,000-foot drop. I took a deep breath, hugged the cold rifle closer, and continued. 2 hours later, I found it, a makeshift campsite tucked just before a sharp switchback. A collapsed tent, half covered in snow, frozen breath still fogging inside nylon. A pair of footprints led downhill toward the pass, but the next set trailed off the edge of a small ridge into a narrow chute of jagged rock. That chute was known to locals as Ice Heart Gorge. Dangerous in summer, lethal in winter. The prints stopped at the chute's threshold. No sign beyond. I radioed HQ, found campsite. No sign of Langston. Footprints vanish at entrance to Ice Heart Gorge. I'm checking below. They said, "Be safe. Conditions are treacherous." I checked my watch, 1:47 p.m. Sunset's around 5 o'clock in November. I had little daylight left to scour the gorge before risking the climb out in darkness. I decided I'd investigate quickly, then report back. I scrambled down the rocky incline. Ice coated every surface. I used ice cleats on my boots, steadying myself. The gorge narrowed quickly. Sheer walls of black stone rose on either side. My headlamp's beam danced on frost-made crystals. The air smelled of ancient granite and something metallic, like old blood. I heard a faint moan, so soft I thought it was the wind until I realized it was human. I called out, but the echo swallowed my words. I edged through a narrow crevice. Then I saw her, Becky Langston, hunched against a boulder, coat torn, face pale, eyes unfocused. A thin foam gathered at her lips. I sprinted toward her, sliding on ice. She didn't move as I reached her side. "I'm Ranger Miles," I said, voice trembling. "I'm here to help. Can you stand?" She tried to speak, but only gasped. I lifted her into my arms. She weighed almost nothing. Her eyes darted around the gorge. "They watching," she whispered. I felt her shiver violently. The snow drowned their voices. I glanced around. No one else. Just skeletal trees and ice. "Hang on," I told her. "I'll get you to warmth." I secured her in my pack slings and began my tedious climb out. Each step tested my balance. At one point, she slipped, nearly free-falling. I caught her and felt her tremble. Her lips moved. "Don't leave me." I patted her arm. "I won't." But as I reached the gorge's lip, the sun dipped lower and the temperature plummeted. My vision blurred. I stumbled back outside, wiping snow from my goggles. When I turned, though, the gorge entrance behind me was gone. No Ice Heart Gorge. Just an unbroken wall of frozen rock. I froze. My heart pounded. Becky's slumped form in my arms felt even lighter. I struggled to breathe. Panic rage ignited my mind. Where am I? I looked back down the slope. Only forest. No trace of the ridge. The paths I'd used to ascend and descend were gone, erased by drifting snow. The ground was flat until tree-lean. It looked as though I was standing in the middle of a featureless frozen plain. I felt a presence behind me, breath on my neck. I whipped my head around, but nothing was there. The whisper came then, as if exhaled from frost itself. Stay with us. Lightning brightened the sky outside the pass. I didn't wait for thunder. I fled, carrying Becky in my arms, throwing myself downhill. I didn't know where I was going. When I finally crashed through a band of pines, I recognized the trail's edge. I scrambled onto the path, gasping for air. Beaumont's camp, 3 miles away, was my only beacon. I jabbed my radio. Q, I have Becky. Begging for a lift from Beaumont. Coordinates. Static. Nothing. Birds echoed in the pines, but no voices on the radio. My vision swam. I staggered on. I made it to Beaumont's camp as twilight swallowed the sky. A small ranger outpost. It looked abandoned. No smoke from the chimney, no lights. I pounded on the door until it creaked open. Inside, the wood stove was cold. A single bunk lay against the far wall. I laid Becky down, checked her pulse, still faint but steady. I ran my fingers along her neck for ID. In her parka pocket, I found a folded piece of paper, her map of the trail. Over a waypoint labeled Ice Heart Gorge, someone had scrawled, "You shouldn't be here," in red ink. I called for help again on the radio at full volume. Still nothing. I thought perhaps the station had gone dark. My chest tightened. Then, from the black pit of the stove, a faint light glowed. Red. I blinked. The embers weren't cold after all. They glowed as if freshly stoked. I stood, chilled as ice ran down my spine. There was no chimney. How could a stove here have embers? A soft creak sounded. I turned. The bunk's mattress sagged as though someone had just risen from it. I clicked my penlight on. Shadows danced across the wall, an outline of a person stepping into view. I raised my rifle, but no one appeared in the beam. Becky moaned, and I dropped to my knees beside her. Becky, remain calm. Help's on its way. The whistling of wind faded. In its place, I heard the hammering of footsteps on wood. Someone or something was pacing above me. I scrambled to the door, yanked it open. Outside, deep snow drifted across the steps. I was at least 4 miles lower than Black Frost Pass. The valley was silent. No ranger lights. No signs of life. The footsteps were heavier now, almost deliberate. I spun in circles until my light caught something at the far end of the room, a figure draped in frost, body translucent as ice. Deathly pale, eyes black goo. It drifted 6 feet above the floor. As it moved, frost spilled like shards of glass beneath. I stumbled backward. My rifle jammed with terror in my throat. The figure's mouth parted, soundless. Then a shriek exploded in my ears, rattling my skull. My legs buckled. I fell beside Becky. The world blurred. When I woke, first light filtered through frost-coated windows. The figure was gone. Becky lay curled on her side, alive, breathing. I carried her outside, halfway convinced my mind had snapped. But the snow around the cabin was trampled, streaked with bloody footprints leading into the valley. My radio sparked to life briefly. Miles? Status. then static. I answered, made it out. Need evac. Hikers safe. They promised a chopper. 2 hours later, a helicopter came through the mist, landing on a makeshift clearing. I loaded Becky aboard. She stared at me, eyes haunted. I climbed up last, scanning the valley as we rose. The cabin shrank beneath the swirl of snow. As the blades sliced the air, I caught sight of a trail of footprints leading from the cabin door, straight toward a pitch-black gouge in the mountainside. After Becky was airlifted to a nearby hospital, she recovered physically but never spoke again of what she'd seen. I was placed on administrative leave. I shouldn't have returned, but I was drawn back, compelled, like a moth to a flame. I told HQ I needed to collect my personal effects from Beaumont's camp. They assigned me an escort, Ranger Martinez. 2 weeks later, we drove up a snow-covered service road, hiked into the cabin. Beaumont's camp looked abandoned, once again. No smoke, no footprints. The cold wind howled down from Black Frost Pass like a lost soul. I unlocked the front door with a key from my pocket. Inside was minus 15 degrees. The stove was stone cold. I rifled my packed papers, extra parka, my late father's compass. I set my hand on the bunk, noticing the faint imprint of a body in the thin mattress. Martinez called. They evacuated this place after your incident, right? Yeah, I replied. But something's off. The tracks around a cabin, none except mine from last time. He nodded, uneasy. We stepped outside. Martinez's boots crunched in fresh snow. I rubbed the back of my neck, numbness spreading. I turned toward the valley floor. My eyes traced the jagged line of Ice Heart Gorge. Impossibly, it was visible again, splintering the mountain like a frozen wound. Last I saw it, the gorge had vanished. I tugged Martinez by the sleeve. Look, it's back. He blinked. Where? There. I pointed. He peered, frown deepening. That's where you found Becky. He stepped closer, and I saw it, the black rift, vertical and gaping. Snow drifted from its mouth. The valley wind whistled, carrying a low hum, like chanting. Martinez shivered. We should go. I shook my head. No, I need to see. He pursed his lips. Suit yourself. But I'm headed back. I watched him walk away through swirling snow. My boots felt heavy as I followed the rift to its lip. 100 feet down, the gorge walls flared outward, then tapered beneath in uncharted darkness. I knelt and touched the edge. Ice crumbled under my fingers, falling into that void. A voice bubbled up from the depths, distorted, as though swallowed by rock. Ascend, descend, I froze, heart slamming. It was feminine, distant, as if spoken by someone trapped thousands of feet below. Then I saw something moving far down there, a tiny flicker of light, like a candle in a cathedral. I clicked my flashlight on, but saw nothing. I swallowed. I pulled my radio. Martinez? You still there? No reply. I dropped to my knees, peering down. The wind whipped around my face. The hum grew louder, like those mining chants. I felt compelled, pulled by an invisible force. I scrambled backward, gasping for breath. I couldn't resist. I heard Martinez shout, Colin, get back, but the wind drowned him. I stumbled, lost my footing. Time slowed as I tumbled down the slope, sliding on ice, scraping against broken rock. Pain stabbed through my leg. I rolled into the gorge, landing hard on packed snow. I tried to scream, but breath escaped in frost-laden clouds. I rolled again into darkness, feeling the air thin. Then I hit solid rock and spun to a sudden stop. Darkness closed in. I lay still, half conscious. From far above, I heard muffled voices, voices I recognized. Becky's, Elaine's, Jim's. Thousands of whispered pleas. Free me, he's taking me. Don't let them know you're here. The walls resonated like a drum. I felt hands cool, clammy, brush my ankle. I kicked, but there was no one to see. The narrow shaft swallowed everything. Then a light, someone's flashlight, danced on the rock wall above me. I strained my eyes. A figure peered down, Martinez. Relief flooded me. He lowered a rope. Hold on, he yelled, voice cracking under the roaring wind. I tied the rope to a jagged outcrop with trembling hands. Martinez gave a hard yank, pulling me up inch by inch. My knee tore against the rock. Sweat and blood mixed. Finally, I scrabbled onto the ledge. Martinez hauled me onto stable ground. I collapsed as he wrapped a blanket around me. The rift behind us grew smaller as we backed away. I turned once, looked into that black mouth. The chanting had stopped. In its place, a faint "thank you" drifted upward. It felt both a blessing and a curse. I should have left then, never returned to these mountains. But some horror lodges in your soul, an itch that won't be ignored. I stayed to help coordinate the official closure of Black Frost Pass. We erected barriers, posted warning signs, and bricked up known entrances to Iceheart Gorge. The authorities declared the missing parties recovered, later finding skeletal remains at the bottom of a crevasse 6 miles away. All hypothermia, tragic accidents. No mention of voices or ghosts. That winter stretched into spring. I patrolled less often, writing up my report. The nights were still. I missed the wind that once whispered my name. But sometimes when I lie awake, I hear it soft as snowfall, like a lullaby from the depths of the earth. One evening in March, I received a letter from Becky Langston's family, handwritten on torn watercolor paper. They enclosed a photograph, Becky's face, eyes closed, expression peaceful. On the back, a folded note in red ink, find us at Black Frost. The ice still holds our names. My stomach clenched. I sat on the porch of my rented cabin, letter in hand. The sun set in a glaze of pink, and the first breeze of evening swept through. I heard that whisper, not wind this time, but a myriad of voices rising in a chant. All the missing, Colin, help us. I stared at the letter, at the photograph. I felt their cold hands reaching up through the ice, pulling me back. The ranger station was closed. Everyone had left. I was alone again. But I know where I must go. Back to the pass, back to the rift. It's the only way to free them. And I will. One final patrol. One final descent. It was April 2nd, 2025. The day the ice cracked. They found my patrol jacket at the mouth of the bricked-up gorge, ripped and mottled with frost. My body wasn't recovered. Only my radio still clipped to the belt, lying in the thawing mud. The last transmission. Descending. So many voices. They call my name. They want me with them. Forgive me. The ice beneath Black Frost Pass melted rapidly that spring. By June, the gorge gaped open where the bricks had crumbled. Hikers reported hearing chanting on the wind. I should have died that day, buried in ice. But my spirit, or what remained, stayed behind, trapped within that frozen labyrinth. And every dawn, the wind carries my voice urging newcomers, do not enter. Leave the ice alone. If you ever hike near Black Frost Pass and hear your name carried on a bitter breeze, don't answer. The ice is hungry for souls, and it never releases them. No one goes near Ravenska Station anymore. The tiny outpost sits perched at the edge of a cliff overlooking the Pinecrest Valley. It was built in 1947 to guard an old logging road. By the 80s, the logging stopped and the station fell into disuse. Our park service revived it in 2023 as an emergency waypoint. But since then, 5 people have vanished within a 5-mile radius. Campers, hikers, even a pair of geologists. They were last seen near Ravenska at dusk. Folks say they left voluntarily to disappear, pulled in by those crows that circle overhead at twilight, whispering your name in voices not quite human. I never believed in that until I ended up stationed there during a brutal late fall season. Now I write this by flashlight in the ranger cabin 5 miles from where my sanity fractured. If you ever go chasing legends in the Appalachians, remember, in Ravenska, the crows never let you go. November 2024. The leaves had mostly turned, bleached tawny and rust. I just transferred from Stone Bar Ridge to Ravenska Station. The drive up was harrowing, a single-track road carved into steep rock faces, drop-offs on one side, canopy of oaks on the other. My GPS died halfway up. Phone signal vanished. I showed up at dusk. Crows cawed overhead, hundreds of them, perched on blackened branches and leaning fences. They fell silent as my truck idled into the gravel lot. The station was a log cabin, ramshackle, but serviceable. Inside, a wood stove, 2 bunks, a metal desk, and shelves of dusty maps. The previous ranger, Harris, was on leave indefinitely, according to the regional supervisor. No details. My instructions: monitor the station, patrol 5 miles north along the old logging road, log any unusual sightings, and report missing persons immediately. I shrugged. Routine assignment. I had no idea what I was in for. That evening, as I stacked firewood and fixed an oil lamp, the crows outside took flight. A low wind picked up, rattling the cabin's windows. I stepped outside, peered up. They circled in a tight cluster above Ravenska, black dots against a blood-orange sky. As I watched, they coalesced into a shape, almost humanoid, before dispersing. My heart thudded. I shook my head. Must be the dusk. I closed the door, locked it, and tried to sleep, but the crow's cries echoed in my mind. Darrow, Darrow, that's my name. I sat up. The wind slapped the windows. The lamp flickered out, plunging me into darkness. For the first time in my life, I felt terrified of silence. Early December. A blizzard had dumped 2 feet of snow overnight. The temperature never rose above 15 degrees Fahrenheit. I slogged through knee-deep drifts toward Ravenska Point, a high overlook 4 miles away, on my morning patrol. My only footprints were my own. The world was a vast, unbroken white. I radioed in, patrol beginning. All quiet. Halfway there, I crossed a narrow wood stretch where the snow had been scoured by wind. I spotted something dark against the white, an overturned backpack. I knelt, frost-crusted binoculars and a digital camera lay beside it. The name tag read Evelyn Clark. She and her partner, Dr. Marcus Jernigan, had arrived 2 days earlier to study raven migration. Their last check-in was the day before, at 5:13 p.m. I hoisted the pack, checked around. No tracks beyond the backpack, no footprints leading away. I radioed HQ, found Clark's pack. No sign of either geologist. Footprints end here. Commencing search. I combed the nearby cops for 2 hours. I called out, voice swallowed by wind and snow. Then I saw half buried in an ice-slick holler a boot sole upturned. I pried it free. Still attached a pale sock. No foot. My stomach lurched. I fought nausea. I scrambled down the embankment to a frozen creek bed. Beneath a thin crust of ice, I saw a voice recorder. I turned it on static, then Evelyn's voice breathless. "Marcus, do you see it?" Crows everywhere. Then a blood-curdling scream. The recorder shut off. My radio crackled. "Miles, come in. What's your status?" I responded, voice tight. "I found their equipment." And something else. My teeth chattered. Snowflakes swirled. I felt like 1,000 eyes watched me from the woods. I moved fast, meaning to regroup at Ravenska. But the storm intensified. The heavy flakes fell so swiftly that within minutes the brook and boot prints were covered. I only had a vague sense of direction by the ridge line. I felt my heart pound with every step, as if the forest pounded along with me. I reached Ravenska Station 5 hours later, exhausted, trembling. I radioed HQ. "I'm back." No sign of Clark or Jernigan. But there was a boot, half their equipment. I sank onto the cot. My bones ached. I wasn't safe, but I was alive. For now. The crows waited through December, hundreds upon hundreds roosting on dead branches above the station. At dawn and dusk, they took flight en masse, black shrouds drifting on a wind. At night, I heard them tapping at the window pane, serrated beaks tapping like skeletal fingers. Sometimes I thought I saw their eyes glow red in the dark. Once, I swear one cocked its head and smiled. It was around Christmas when I began hearing them in my dreams. I'd be in a station sleeping, and I'd wake to the sound of hundreds of wings beating overhead. Then a rasping of voices calling my name. I'd leap up, heart in my throat, straining to see in darkness. Only silence and the hiss of the stove. I tried to keep busy. Patrolled the logging road every morning. Kept my radio on all night. Logged every missing person sighting. But the storm never let up. Snowdrifts rose 3 feet high along the road. Supplies ran low. My only visitor was a supply plane that flew once a week to drop rations. The pilot refused to land after dark. On December 28th, I found a note on the station's table, typed on park letterhead. "Colin, we appreciate your work at Ravenska. Effective immediately, we're closing the station due to adverse conditions. You are to pack up and relocate to Stone Bar Ridge within 48 hours. Rangers will escort you out. Stay safe. PA Supervisory Office, ****. I frowned. I hadn't submitted any request to leave. I crumpled the note. I'd seen the geologist's boot, found a recorder. That was enough reason for them to close the station. But something in me didn't want to leave. I was too close to answers no one else dared seek. That night, I dreamed I was in the station's attic, an attic I never noticed before. It was filled with thousands of raven feathers, piled like snowdrifts. I picked one up. It was warm. A voice rasped, "Come outside." They wait. I opened the trapdoor to the roof. The station's roof hatch slammed shut behind me. I was trapped. Below, I saw the crows, perched like gargoyles. They stared up, black eyes glittering. Then they lifted their wings, revealing skeletal forms beneath, and flew at me. I jolted awake, drenched in sweat. Morning light revealed fresh bird droppings on the windows, a signal from the crows. They were upset, and I wondered, upset at me or at something I'd seen. Ranger Martinez arrived at Ravenska Station on December 30th, my escort out. He was polite, efficient, the sort of guy who never blinked at my stories of snow phantoms and whispering crows. He didn't smile until I offered him coffee. Then he cracked a grin that felt forced. We spent the day gathering gear, stacking supplies on the truck. I cleared maps, logbooks, anything that bore witness to what had happened. That night, as he prepared to sleep in the spare bunk, I offered to keep watch. He declined. "You're the one who's been here. Let me get some rest." I nodded, though unease clung to me like the cold. By midnight, the crows began their ritual, a low, swirling murmur that rippled through the forest. I sat at the desk, pencil tapping out notes. I felt the eyes on me, their collective gaze. I opened the window a crack. The wind roared in, carrying dozens of them, wings beating in unison. They landed on the roof above, and for a moment the cabin sagged under their weight. Then I heard Martinez's voice, low and urgent. "Colin," I spun. He stood in the doorway, eyes wide. "I cannot sleep." "They came to me." He rubbed his temples. "They told me to leave. Without you." I frowned. "What are you talking about?" He shook his head. "I heard them just outside my window. They said, 'Abandon him.' They said, 'Leave him for the master of Ravenska.'" He stumbled toward me. His breath frosted in air. It was so loud, like a gathering storm. I tried to steady him. "It's just wind, Martinez. Nothing but wind and crows." He shook free of my grip and backed away. "I can't stay. I have to go." He bolted for the door. I chased him. I yelled for him to come back. But as he reached the porch, I saw the crows swarm down, a living mass of blackness. They surrounded him, beaks open, screaming. I ran toward him, but they parted, revealing a single path leading into the woods. Martinez ran through, the crows behind him like a river. Then they closed in above him, and he vanished. The cawing crescendoed into a shriek that sliced the air. I stood there, heart thundering, as the crows faded. His footprints ended at the tree lean, just like the others. I dropped to my knees, panting. My radio lay forgotten on the porch, snow settling over it. I tried to call for help, but the frequency was dead. The crow's cries subsided into an echo. Martinez was gone. I packed what little remained at first light. My only plan, leave before the crows summon me next. I threw logs on the stove, grabbed rations, then stepped onto the porch. The entire forest seemed about toward Ravenska. Each tree trunk was carved with tiny gouges, raven talon marks, too neat to be animal-made. They formed a pattern, arrows pointing down the slope toward a collapsed wooden bridge that used to cross Pinecrest Creek. The bridge was gone. Only rotted beams lay strewn about. I hesitated. If I left, I might never know what happened to those missing. But if I stayed, I risked becoming the next voice pleading from the depths of the woods. I took a deep breath and descended the slope toward the highway, barely visible through tangled underbrush. Night fell fast. By 6 p.m., total blackness enveloped the forest. My headlamp's beam was the only light. The wind whistled through tree branches. I felt the presence of the crows above, roosting on every dead bough. They were silent now, too silent. I hiked until I reached the old logging road. Halfway there, I heard rustling in the trees. I froze. My light caught a flicker, something moving alongside the road. I swung my beam. A figure stood, featureless, draped in black feathers. A tall, thin shape that seemed human until its face turned toward me, a crow's skull. Its beak clicked open. I stumbled back. He tilted its head, then raised its beak and spoke in a rasping voice that went through my bones. Return, the master awaits. I dropped my pack and sprinted down the road, heart slamming. The figure hopped from branch to branch overhead, landing farther ahead, blocking my passage. I veered into the woods, stumbling over roots, snow crunching beneath me. The road vanished behind me. Only forest. Above, the crows took flight. Their caws rose in a deafening chorus. I pressed onward, but soon realized I was hopelessly lost. The outlines of trees blurred as fatigue set in. I ran until I couldn't feel my legs. Finally, I collapsed where two ancient oaks stood like guardians. Snow drifted around me. I panted, gasping for air. And then I heard it. Footsteps. No wings. I looked up. A single raven, large as a grown man, circled me. Then dove, its beady eye fixed on mine. It paused inches from my face, feathers brushing my cheek. It cooed, "You should have stayed." I screamed. The figure resembled my worst nightmares. A man wearing a raven's skull as a mask, his cloak made of dozens of wings stitched together. He hobbled forward on crooked legs. I tried to scramble away, but my arm throbbed, bone-deep chill. He stopped in front of me and reached out with a black-gloved hand. I braced to fight, but when I looked into the mask's hollow sockets, I felt nothing. A numbness spread through me, carried on the wind. My eyes drooped. Then the raven man leaned close, its breath icy. "Speak to them." My lips parted. I spoke raggedly. "No, I won't." It chuckled, a hollow rattle. "They hunger." The crows above clicked their beaks in anticipation. I tried to rise, regaining focus. Pain flared in my leg. I realized a talon had gouged my shin deep. Blood seeped down. I kicked at the ground, trying to stand. The raven man extended its hand again. "Join us." With a roar, I shoved him away. My boots crunched as I staggered back to my feet. I looked up. The woods had swallowed him. Only the crows remained, swirling overhead, a living tornado of black. They descended as I fled, wings beating, beaks snapping. Their shadow blotted the earth. I ran without saving direction. Finally, I burst onto a snow-covered meadow. A highway, half buried in drifts, appeared ahead. A single set of tire tracks led into the trees opposite, recent. I staggered onto the pavement, collapsed, and watched, hoping for passing lights. Moments later, headlights appeared. A state trooper's cruiser rolled up. The officer jumped out, pistol drawn. "Stay down. Don't move." I held up my shaking hands. When I spoke, my voice cracked. "Help, please." He radioed for an ambulance. I explained, between shivers, about the crows, the raven man. He raised an eyebrow, radioed again. Within minutes, flashing lights arrived. Paramedics loaded me into the ambulance. As we sped down the road, I looked back. On the hill where Ravenska once stood, crows dotted every treetop like black jewels. They watched, but did not follow. I was hospitalized for frostbite and PTSD. The Park Service posted the area around Ravenska off-limits, citing brutal winter hazards. Since my discharge, I moved away from the Appalachians. I found a job in a coastal town where gulls cry rather than crows caw, where fog smells of salt, not decay. Yet sometimes on foggy mornings I hear a single raven's caw on the wind, or so I think. I look up, half expecting to see a silhouette of a man wearing a skull. But all I see are empty skies. Still, I know the crows remain at Ravenska, circling the station in a never-ending dance. They hold vigil for those who vanished. And someday they'll call my name again in that rasping, hungry voice. Return, the master awaits. I dread the day I might answer. I first learned of the Blood Oak clearing not from official reports, but from a tremulous voice over the CB radio on a fog-choked evening in late October 2023. A horsepacker delivering supplies to an equestrian camp 14 miles west of Stonebar Ridge began screaming that the trees bleed red at dusk and that the forest calls out for fresh blood. Then the transmission cut off, static, and then nothing. We never found him. His horses return alone. All we recovered from the clearing was a single boot print, soaked in what looked like dried crimson, and a hoof print beside it. As a ranger here for almost 8 years, I'd heard campfire rumors of the Blood Oak clearing, a wide expanse enclosed by ancient white oaks rumored to have bled sap like blood at sunset. They claimed that anyone who lingered within that circle at dusk was never seen again. The park's official maps marked the area as off-limits. Ghost stories, they said. But my gut told me there was more than superstition behind the horror. I was sent to investigate when 3 hikers vanished in those woods over 2 months. I arrived in early November, just as the first frosts glazed the underbrush. On my 3rd night, I saw it, a glimmer of crimson nestled among gnarled roots, an ember-like glow that pulsed like heartbeat. Something stirred in the dark, and I realized I would either become the next to vanish or uncover the forest's unspeakable secret. So I write this as warning. If you hear whispers of the Blood Oak clearing, step back. Because the forest doesn't just take, it remembers. And it never lets go. November 5th, 2023. Dawn gray and wet. I left Stonebar Ridge Station at first light, took Ranger 12's truck up Forest Road 43, muddy, riddled with potholes, until I reached the Horseman's Junction. Beyond, the road narrowed to a trail barely wide enough for a pack mule. I unloaded my backpack, radio, GPS, infrared scope, extra ammo, MRE rations. I double-checked my survival kit, first aid, thermal blanket, fire starter. By sunrise, I had my boots laced and my jacket cinched tight against the chill. My mission: locate the campsite of a missing hiker, Curtis Reinhardt, last seen 3 days prior. He checked in at Carmel's Gap Ranger checkpoint on November 2nd, reporting he planned to spend 3 nights camping en route to Evergreen Ridge. But he never checked out. Search parties found his abandoned campsite at mile 9.3, his tent slashed open, gear strewn as if dragged. His footprints traced north toward an area labeled Blood Oak Clearing, restricted, on older maps. The newer park guides omit the name entirely. By mid-morning, I reached mile 8. Faint animal tracks pepper the ground: squirrel, deer, raccoon. But no sign of Reinhardt. I crested a small rise and glimpsed the clearing ahead. The Blood Oak clearing lay before me like a cathedral, a perfect circle of 9 colossal white oaks, their trunks swollen, twisted. Even in daylight, their bark glowed bruised orange, as if each tree exuded liquid iron beneath the surface. Beneath lay a ring of protruding roots knotted like serpents. I paused at the edge of the clearing. The temperature dropped 5 degrees. The very air felt viscous. I jogged my flashlight beam across the ground, scattered pine needles, crushed leaves, nothing. But as I advanced 20 paces into the center, I saw a smear of red on an oak trunk, fresh, glistening. It wasn't sap. I knelt. Touching it lightly yielded a faint stickiness. I smelled iron. I pressed my gloved finger to my tongue. Copper tang blood. A sudden rustle behind me made me spin. The forest's hush swallowed the sound of my heartbeat. I swept the clearing's perimeter with my flashlight. Nothing. But when I turned back to the tree, the stain had grown, an amoeba of darkening blood pooling outward. My breath caught. The smear resolved into the shape of a handprint, 5 fingers splayed. But the fingers seemed to elongate, stretching down the trunk into thin rivulets, as though drawn by gravity. Then I heard a gasp somewhere behind me. I twirled again, silhouettes of elk among the pines. I exhaled. My radio crackled. Miles, come in. Any sign of Reinhardt? It was Warden Hughes. I swallowed, voice icy. I'm at the clearing. I found something. Blood on a tree. I paused. I'm okay. I'm scanning the perimeter. I fist-gripped my rifle. I'll keep you posted. I switched off the radio and concentrated on the clearing. Between 2 oaks lay a tattered jacket, olive green, soaked in dark fluid. I moved closer. It was Reinhardt's, park records confirmed. Under it, half buried in leaves, I found his hiking boots, missing their laces. I rummaged through the jacket's pockets, found his wallet, driver's license, and a sketchbook. The pages were filled with frantic scrawl, crude maps of the woods, with a clearing at the center circled in red. On the last page, scrawled in thick black ink, "They come when the sun dies. I will not be taken." The sky outside the clearing had grown leaden, smear of sunset just beginning. I checked my watch, 4:32 p.m. Sunset would be 5:14. If the hiker's claim was true, something happened here as dusk approached. I radioed Hughes. I found Reinhardt's gear. I'm past waypoint 12. Need extraction or backup. He replied, understood. Team en route from Stone Bar Ridge. ETA 40 minutes. I exhaled. 40 minutes might be too long. At 4:45, the first ember of twilight bled across the sky. I heard it then, a faint whisper like wind through dry leaves, but carried a voice, "Help me." It seemed to come from the 9 oaks themselves. I angled my infrared scope at 1, distorted heat signature, cold pockets where there should be solid wood. My eyes narrowed. At 4:52, the crimson stain on the nearest oak began to pulse, slowly, like a heartbeat. The blood shimmered, then pooled downward, forming the shape of a kneeling man at the base, a man with sunken eyes and hollow cheeks. I stumbled back, dropping the scope. The wraith turned to me, eyes blazing a pale crimson. It cocked its head. At 4:57, 4 days after Reinhardt vanished, the clearing fell silent again. The wraith dissipated. The blood receded into the bark. But I sensed that the field of view I held would be replayed in my nightmares. I raised my radio. Need evac now. No answer, just static. I raised my rifle and turned to leave, but the clearing rippled like heat haze. When I blinked, I was standing not at the edge, but at the center, as though the clearing had swallowed me. My boots sunk into leaves. Panic surged. I fumbled the radio. "This is Ranger Miles, emergency." The radio crackled. A voice came through faintly. "Miles? Where are you?" I shouted. "In the clearing. No one can hear me." Static. At 5:03, I heard movement behind me. The snapping of small branches, crunch of leaves. I swept my rifle. A group of figures emerged from between 2 oaks. 3 more hikers. Eyes glassy, faces ashen, dragging limp limbs. One wore Reinhardt's jacket. They advanced toward me, lips parted, groaning. I backed up, heart hammering. At 5:08, the sun dropped below the ridge. Twilight swallowed the clearing completely. The hikers stopped 20 feet away. The air rang with echoing footsteps, dozens more shapes materializing in the gloom, missing hikers from years past, faded phantoms, their eyes fixed on me. I stood firm, rifle leveled, shaking. My radio crackled with a burst of static, then, Miles? Answer. Warden Hughes. I screamed. They're here. We're surrounded. Send help. The radio died. At 5:10, the phantoms began to move. I pulled the trigger, but the rifle clicked empty. I staggered back to the nearest oak, burying my back against the trunk. Crimson sap oozed from a fissure in the bark, glistening under the faint light of dusk. I closed my eyes. God help me. Then everything went black. I woke to a dull ache in my head and a blanket of dew-damp leaves beneath me. I pushed myself up and blinked. The clearing was empty. No phantoms, no hikers, only the 9 oaks looming like silent judges. The sky above was a lavender shade, sunrise not far off. I checked my watch, 6:09 a.m. I had no rifle, no radio. My pack lay 10 feet away, rifle missing. I stumbled to my feet, fear prickling along my spine. I'd spent one night in the clearing. At my age, I should have known better. Yet something compelled me to move forward, deeper into the forest, away from the clearing's cursed ring. I set off along a faint game trail, guided by GPS memory of the map direction. Every step felt heavy, as though the forest itself resisted my escape. By mid-morning, I found myself lost. The GPS had died. I patted my pocket. No spare batteries. I cursed under my breath. The sun rode high at 11:13 a.m. I've been sleeping under the oaks for some unknown span of time. Thirst parched my throat. I must find water. The map indicated Midnight Creek lay 2 miles east. If I could reach it, I might regain orientation. I veered east, marking broken branches and scratch marks on trees to leave a trail. As I followed a small ravine, I heard a faint humming, like a lullaby sung in reverse. I froze. The hum grew louder, weaving through the trees like a long-lost melody. I raised my hand, motioning silence. The air carried a chill far beyond the morning's cool. The humming resolved into words. Return, return, return to the clearing. I brushed it off as a trick of wind. Around 12:02 p.m., I came upon a deadfall that forced me to scramble around. A shattered branch snagged my pack, tossing it forward. As I lunged to catch it, I saw movement. Something pale crouched behind a fallen log. I raised my flashlight. A child's face stared up at me, eyes huge and empty, skin grayish, hair tangled. I blinked, and the child vanished. In its place lay a small wooden carving, a childlike figure with hollow eyes and outstretched arms. The carving held a single rose, its petals dark red as blood. When I touched it, it crumbled to ash between my fingers, leaving only the rose still fresh. A sob rose in my throat. I hurried away, adrenaline pounding. By 12:35 p.m., I reached Midnight Creek, a narrow ribbon of water flowing clear and cold. I knelt, cupped water in my hands, and gulped greedily. My fingers bit into ice-cold water. As I drank, I noticed footprints on the opposite bank, child-sized, bare, leading upstream. I frowned. Recalling the pale child face, I shivered. I stood, crossed the creek via a fallen sapling. The footprints led uphill into a denser section of forest, where the sun barely reached the ground. At 12:50 p.m., I heard laughter, high-pitched, innocent. Goosebumps erupted on my arms. My rational mind said children on a hike. My gut screamed danger. I lifted my rifle. I found it leaning against a tree nearby, scanned the underbrush. No one. I followed the footprints anyway, If there were lost children, I had to help. A quarter mile up the creek, I entered an ancient hemlock grove. Light filtered through knotted limbs, casting dancing patterns on the forest floor. Fallen pine needles cushioned my steps. The footprints led to a shallow depression between two mossy boulders, like a cradle. I leaned over a small shoe, mud-caked, threadbare. I lifted it gently. The sole bore no name. Beside it, a scrap of cloth pinked with a faded cartoon bear. My heart lurched. Could be a child's. I called softly, "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice echoed. No answer. I checked my watch, 1:05 p.m. I radioed Hughes on my emergency channel, miles to base, found child's shoe. Need assistance. Only static responded. I tucked the shoe into my pack, slipped the cloth into an inner pocket, and scanned the depression. Nothing else. Then a breeze drifted through, carrying a whisper, "Find me." I shivered, turned. The trees were silent. I gripped the rifle tighter. At 1:15 p.m., I followed the creek farther upstream, searching for any sign of life. I came upon shallow pools between boulders where the water pooled like mirrors. In one, I saw my reflection, wan, sunken eyes, hollow cheeks. But behind me in the reflection was a flash of a small figure. A world. No one. My reflection in the pool rippled, and then it was just me. My heart pounded. I steadied my breathing. I told myself these were hallucinations, fatigue, dehydration. I checked off a gulp of water from my canteen. Just as I turned to leave, I heard footsteps, soft, measured. I swinging my flashlight, illuminating a narrow path leading deeper into hemlocks. I hesitated, rifles raised. Then a white shape appeared, a woman pale as moonlight, long dark hair pressed against her face. She wore a children's pink jacket, shredded at the sleeves. Her eyes were as gray as the sky. She stared at me, expression blank. I called out, "Ma'am, are you lost?" She shivered, arms hugging herself. "They're waiting," she whispered, voice brittle as bone. I stepped forward. She recoiled, shaking her head. No one knew she backed into the gloom. I followed, saying softly, "It's okay. I'm here to help." At that moment, the ground beneath me trembled, tiny steps pounding closer. I shone my beam lower to the forest floor, dozens of small footprints swirling from all directions to form a circle around me. Each footprint glowed faintly like phosphorescence. I stumbled backward, scaring the pale woman, who vanished. I realized I'd entered a cradle of long-dead children, their echoes calling out for rescue. The footprints glowed more intensely. I smelled decay, like rotting wood, decomposing under duff. I realized with dread, this grove was a burial site, maybe for children lost to old tuberculosis sanatoriums or gone exploring. But their restless spirits seemed to hold me within their circle. At 1:28 p.m., I felt a tug on my trouser leg. I looked down, a tiny icy hand clutched the hem. I yelped, kicked my leg free. The hand vanished into nothingness. I stumbled backward, gasping. I raised my rifle until the sunbeam, weak through the canopy, caught the mother's face again. Her eyes flickered with a desperate anguish. "He's gone," she groaned. "He can't find me." She pointed behind me, down the creek. "Look." I obeyed. In the creek's shallow flow lay a small boy, pale, eyes closed, soaked in water, breathing ragged. I rushed forward. Kneeling beside him, I knelt in the chilly water. He moaned, stirring. I lifted him gently. He blinked once, then looked at me, empty stare. "You can't help," he whispered. "He wants us." I stared, confusion wrestling terror. The boy's mouth twisted into a jagged smile. He slid from my arms, dissolving into mist. I screamed, stumbling back. The creek reflected no boy, only my own stunned face. At that moment, a twig snapped. I spun. The mother stood at the creek's edge, her arms extended. "Find him," she urged. Then she dissolved too, leaving only swirling leaves. I backed away, heart hammering. The spirit circle's footprints glowed brighter, urging me to follow. I realized they wanted me to find the missing child's body, to free their spirits. I swallowed, clenched my jaw, and walked toward the source. My legs felt wobbly, as if weighed by lead. I found an overgrown, weathered cairn of moss-covered rocks at 1:45 p.m., almost hidden beneath ferns. Nearby, the ground dropped into a shallow pit, a sinkhole too wide to step across. I circled the edge, peering in, rotted boards and splintered fragments, remnants of an old wooden coffin. I called out, "Hello? Is anyone here?" My voice crackled. No answer. My infrared scope detected a heat signature at the bottom, a corpse half submerged in mucky water. As I peered down, the corpse shifted, skin translucent, clothing rotted, eyes hollow sockets staring back. I vomited, stumbling back. The corpse rose, propped on elbows, whispering in a rasp, "Free me." I heard a multitude of voices, children crying, laughing, moaning around me. The earth shook lightly, as though it were trembling with grief. Fear and duty warred within me. I recognized this as a clandestine cemetery for unmarked graves, probably children who died of influenza or malaria decades ago. The spirits needed proper burial. I knelt, marking GPS coordinates, resolved to return with excavation tools and clergy. But first I had to get out alive. I scurried away from the pit. The cordon of glowing footprints trailed behind me, pressing inward. I surged forward through the forest, branches slashing at my face. My heart kicked like a stallion. At 1:57 p.m., I lost the body's heat signature. Beneath me, only cold dirt. I could still see the footprints hundreds of yards away, swirling around the cairn. I stumbled onto the main trail at 2:03 p.m., branches snapping behind me. I spun. The footprints had followed me to the trail, truncating in a neat semicircle. Past that, only footprints leading uphill. I shivered, unsure whether to run downhill towards Stonebar Ridge or chase the uphill trail to rescue more lost souls. I sighed, horror-stricken. My duty as a ranger called me back to the station to report my findings. But my gut told me something awaited above. I chose reckoning. I followed the footprints uphill, angled toward the faint shape of a moss-covered foundation beneath ancient hemlocks. By 2:15 p.m., I emerged onto a clearing where an abandoned sanatorium once stood, a crumbling stone structure, its roof collapsed. They once treated TB patients here in the 1930s. Its hallways lay open to the sky. I descended into the rubble, flashlights scanning. My radio crackled briefly, then died. No signal in these hollows. I pressed on. At 2:22 p.m., I entered what remained of the east wing, a hallway strewn with plaster and rotted bed frames. The door of the children's ward hung open, the sign scrawled on a rusted metal plate. Pediatric isolation, letters corroded. The floor was strewn with broken toys, a doll missing an eye, a teddy bear with one arm torn off. The air smelled of mildew, rot, and something coppery. It made my stomach churn. I found a makeshift ledger on a bedside table, a tarnished metal case containing paper rotted by mold. I fanned the pages, names of children, ages ranging from 4 to 12, dates of admission 1931 to 1935, cause of death, tuberculosis. I gasped at one entry, Alice Montgomery, age 7, died December 17, 1932, unclaimed. Beneath was a prayer scribbled in childish handwriting. Please, let me go home. As I read, I heard a faint giggle behind me. I spun. A little girl in a tattered white nightgown stood at the hallway's end, her face pale, eyes sunken, hair matted. She cradled a ragged doll. She stared at me, expression blank. Her tiny hand pointed back down the corridor. She took a hesitant step. I raised my rifle. Stay there, I whispered. She tilted her head, pressing forward. I felt a surge of compassion. Are you Alice? I asked. She nodded slowly. I swallowed. I'm here to help you. She looked down, clutching her doll tighter. Then she lifted her face, empty eyes, and dissolved into a swirl of motes of dust. I dropped the rifle, heart racing. The hallway grew colder. I sensed dozens of small figures darting beyond shattered windows. I backed out of the room, breathing hard. The ledger's pages fluttered in the breeze, revealing more names, each page increasingly waterlogged. At the last page, child scrawl, they won't let us rest until our graves are right. I recognized that well. My fists clenched. I had to bury them properly. But first, I had to find my way out. The maze-like halls blurred together. At 2:35 p.m., I emerged from the sanatorium onto the old road. I paused, orienting myself. I saw my footprints leading back into the woods, but no footprints chasing me. Silence reigned. I checked my GPS, surprisingly intact, marked the coordinates for the cemetery pit and the sanatorium. I radioed Hughes, Miles here. I found a clandestine children's cemetery and the ruins of a TB sanatorium. Need to report details. Static. No response. I exhaled. I was alone. I set off downhill, determined to return before dark, knowing I'd need helpers, equipment, and clergy to rescue the lost souls. But as I moved, a chill dropped over me. The humming returned, a discordant lullaby humming from every direction. My hair prickled. I glanced at my watch, 2:45 p.m. Not yet evening, but the sun was caged behind thick clouds. Still, a shiver raced through me. I reached Stone Bar Ridge Station at 3:27 p.m., mud splattered, carrying the child's pink cloth in one pocket and ledger remnants in the other. I entered the station, startled to find Warden Hughes waiting by the desk. His face was pale. Miles, he said softly, we've been trying to reach you all afternoon. I winced, realized how long I'd been gone. I dumped my pack on a table. I found Curtis Reinhardt's gear, and more. A secret cemetery, children from a 1930s TB ward. The Blood Oak clearing isn't just legends, it's tied to these tragedies. I need a team, archaeologists, clergy, excavators, to perform proper burials. I exhaled, but I also saw phantoms. I think the children wander there, and they want rest. I thrust the ledger's pages at Hughes. Look at these names. He thumbed through them. Alice Montgomery. Margaret Young. Thomas Brenner. He swallowed. This is astonishing. I'll relay it to the superintendent. We'll call on the park archaeologist, Father Finnegan, and a grief counselor. But it'll take at least 2 days to mobilize. I nodded. Tonight, I'm going back to the clearing to take photographs, infrared, multispectral. We need documentation. I'll equip myself with ropes, extra batteries. I hesitated. Would you? I swallowed. Would you like to accompany me? I can't go alone. He turned away. I can't. The superintendent says I'm not to risk personnel until we have a full team. You go at your own risk, Ranger. He dropped the ledger. Be careful. He left me standing in the dim station, lamp flickering. I readied my gear, flashlight, IR scope, extra batteries, camera with night vision, prayer beads from Father Finnegan, small shovel, crowbar. I stripped off my uniform jacket, swapped for a heavier parka. I loaded flares, set off into the gathering gloom at 4:01 p.m. By 4:20, I'd reached the Blood Oak clearing. The oaks loomed jagged against a leaden sky. I flicked on my infrared scope. The clearing floor glowed in patches of cold, like subterranean pockets of air. The red stain dripped from the oaks, congealed but still dark. I aimed my camera, snapped infrared images. The photos showed ghostly silhouettes, handprints pressed into the bark, rows of child-sized handprints descending root knots. I froze. The temperature around me had plummeted. My breath reeked of frost. I hopped as a murmur rose, children's voices humming that lullaby in reverse. I spun. At the edge of the clearing, I glimpsed dozens of tiny silhouettes, child phantoms, holding hands in a circle, rocking back and forth. Some wore the tattered remains of hospital gowns. Others clutched broken toys. Their faces were indistinct, dark hollows where eyes should be. I raised my camera and snapped photograph after photograph. Some phantoms froze mid-step, others flickered, as though my flash disrupted their form. My infrared detected dozens of heatless shapes. My mind reeled. They were drawn here, waiting. At 4:35, the hush grew thick. The phantoms stopped, turned as one, their hollow faces fixed toward me. My legs trembled. I felt their gaze sear into my soul. I whispered a prayer, gripped my flashlight like a lifeline. I called out, I'm here to help you. I know you want peace, for your bodies to be buried. I will bring help. I pointed to the clearing center. Please stay here. I backed away with slow steps, but the phantoms followed, soundless. Their outlines glowed faintly in the IR lens, each silhouette extending longer limbs. My heart thumped. I turned and sprinted for the woods. Their wails, childlike sighs, turned into tortured moans, erupted. I ran blindly, falling over roots, sprawling into brambles. I heard them behind me, numerous footsteps chasing me through the undergrowth. At 4:38, I vaulted onto the trail, tripped, rolled. I reached for my radio. Hughes, come in. Static. I leaped up, eyes stinging. I raced to the station, skidding into the clearing one last time. The phantoms stood still in a perfect ring. I waved my torch, and they flickered, then all raised arms, pointing inward. I realized they pointed to the old root press, a raised mound beneath a giant oak. I stumbled forward, hands numb. There, buried just beneath a layer of wet leaves, I dug with my hands. Shallow earth gave way to brittle wood, a child's coffin lid. I tapped it. The sound echoed like a hollow drum. Dirt crumbled when I leveraged a chunk loose. Inside, two tiny skeletons lay side by side, arms intertwined, copper pennies in their eye sockets. I covered them gently with leaves, head bowed. At 4:45, the temperature jumped, as though weight lifted. The crimson stain on the oak's trunk faded, receding into amber bark. The phantoms dissolved into motes of light, drifting upward. A hush swallowed the grove. I exhaled. The lullaby ended. I felt drained, as though I'd held my breath for hours. By 4:52 p.m., sunset's last embers slipped behind a ridge. I made my way back to Stone Bar Ridge Station through near-dark woods. Exhaustion haunted every step. On November 7th, 2023 at dawn, an excavation team, archaeologists, a priest, and a park's historian arrive at the Blood Oak clearing. We formed a half-circle around a giant oak where I'd found the twin graves. Pittman, the archaeologist, used spades to carefully remove leaves and duff. Within hours, we uncovered a larger crypt, a hidden box of wrought iron and rivets. Inside lay 8 child skeletons, laid in pairs, most embracing. Each wore a rusted chain around a wrist, an identification tag, patient number 23, patient number 17, and so on. The name Blood Oak Sanitarium Pediatric Ward, 1930 to 1935, was etched faintly along a rivet-lined edge. Father Finnegan performed a brief burial service for the children on that same day. We placed the remains in sealed caskets and carried them to the cemetery at the station, giving each child a name. Insofar as records could help, Alice, Margaret, Thomas, Joseph, Lila, George, Beatrice, and Samuel. I placed fresh flowers on the graves. I whispered a prayer. I vowed they would rest this time. That night, November 7th, 2023, I returned alone to the Blood Oak clearing. I stood by the giant oak, shy of the center. The moon was low in the sky, faint lights sifting between branches. Silence hung heavy. I felt my radio buzz in my pack, but I left it off. I pressed my hand to the oak's trunk. It felt warm, as though alive. The bark's bruised hues were gone. The tree looked healthy, pale bark as if newly healed. I whispered, "Good night, children." I closed my eyes. In the hush, I heard a faint rustling of autumn leaves. A soft breeze brushed my cheeks. I felt fleeting warmth, like a child's hand on my shoulder, comforting. I exhaled. I opened my eyes. No phantoms, no waves of red. Only the 9 white oaks standing guard. As I walked back to Stone Bar Ridge Station, I realized the clearing's curse was lifted, at least for now. But the lullaby still lingered in my mind. I paused, glancing back. The Blood Oak clearing lay quiet, a sacred circle under the moonlight. I wondered if the trees themselves bore the children's grief in their rings. If one day I would return and find the forest healed, or if some deeper curse lurked beneath the surface, waiting for another soul to enter at dusk. At 10:13 p.m., I reached the station and logged my final report on the clearing. Tomorrow at first light, evidence would be cataloged, sealed, and archived, officially resolved. But I knew better. Some horrors never vanish completely. Sometimes they only slumber, waiting for a new intruder to awaken them. As I slid to bed that night, the wind whistled a gentle lullaby through the pines, a tune both sorrowful and sweet. I drifted to sleep, comforted that the children were free, yet uneasy that the forest might still watch, remembering every footstep I took within its circle. Winter arrived early. By mid-December, snow blanketed the Blood Oak clearing. Rangers reported no strange activity, no blaze of blood-red sap. The oak stood stark and silent against the white. The once haunted ring had become a place of quiet reflection. Hikers now paused at the official sign, in memory of the children of Blood Oak Sanitarium. May they rest in eternal peace, leaving flowers or coins at the trailhead. Yet every full moon, I felt an urge to visit, to ensure the clearing remained calm. On February 14, 2024, a storm knocked out power across Stone Bar Ridge Station. At 2:04 a.m., I sat by the wood stove, reading old park logs. In the midst of silence, I heard the soft echo of children's laughter, faint but unmistakable. I froze. Outside, the wind rattled the windows. I rose, flashlight in hand, and followed the sound into the woods. My boots crunched on frozen leaves. The clearing lay a quarter-mile away, moonlight casting long shadows. I entered. Sweat prickled my brow despite the cold. In the center, I saw a circle of tiny footprints etched in frost, tracing the same dance I'd witnessed months ago. No phantoms, no blood, just footprints. I knelt, heart pounding. I traced one footprint with my fingertip, icy, like frost-made flesh. The children's lullaby filled the air as a hush fell. I realized the children's spirit still lingered, bound not by rage, but by gratitude and memory. They visited, perhaps, to remind me that though we'd laid them to rest, we must remain vigilant guardians of the forest tragedies. I exhaled, tears stinging my eyes. The silent forest held its breath. In that moment, I understood a ranger's burden, to keep watch over the living and honor the dead. I stood, cradling my rifle and flashlight, and spoke softly. Rest easy, children. I'll keep your secret. In the stillness, a single small feather drifted from a nearby oak, landing at my feet, white as fresh snow. I picked it up, slipped it into my jacket pocket, and turned back toward the station. The clearing receded behind me, a sacred circle quietly cradling its stories of sorrow and redemption. I never forgot the blood oak children. Each spring, I returned to that silent grove, laying fresh flowers by the newly expanded cemetery plot. And each time, I glanced at the oak's pale trunks, half expecting a crimson stain to bleed anew. But the trees remained static, guardians of their little dead, while I stood sentinel, the blood oak clearing's lonely warden, forever watching. The first time I saw it, I was 13, flat on my back in the shallow bed of Coldwater Creek, staring up at the sky beneath a brush of willow branches. I tagged along with my father, a ranger, who was tracking a poacher. I slipped on algae slick rock, fell into water deeper than I thought. As I reached to push myself up, my hand closed around something, an old rotted leather-bound book. I lifted it. The water drained into my jeans. I leafed through brittle pages detailing daily weather logs and wildlife counts of Coldwater Creek from the 1930s. At the bottom of a page dated August 12, 1933, was written in spindly black ink, "They watch from the deep. Do not let them read." I dropped the book. It drifted downstream. My father yanked me out of the water. I never thought of it again, until bodies began to surface in 2022, bloodless corpses tethered to rocks in the depths. I've spent the last 2 years mapping disappearance sites along Coldwater Creek. 3 hikers, a kiker, a father-son duo, all gone. Officially, we chalked it up to drownings and hypothermia. Unofficially, I know something prowls the depths, something that hunts from beneath the water, waiting for careless footsteps on mossy stones or slip of kayak paddle. On November 9th, 2023, I discovered the journal again, wedged in a crevice, its pages dry, ink perfect. Over the next 3 nights, I read every page by flashlight, the words crawling across the paper as though forming sentences in real time. Now I venture to the creek in winter, when the water's near freezing, believing that whatever ancient curse binds these waters weakens in icy cold. But I don't truly believe I know. And tonight, I intend to confront it. November 15, 2023. The day before Thanksgiving back home, family I'd left behind in Indiana. The Smoky Ridge District assigned me to patrol Coldwater Creek after a kayaker vanished just downstream from the Old Pines Bridge. I packed my overnight bag, heavy parka, climbing harness, bolts of rope, thermal kit, infrared camera, the leather journal recovered last spring. At 4:30 a.m., I set out from Stone Bar Ridge Station, truck's heater on full blast. By 6 a.m., I pulled onto the gravel parking area beside Coldwater Creek Trailhead. It was cold, 32 degrees, frost on every pine needle. I strapped on crampons to my boots. The trail was iced over. I listened to the creek's roar through evergreens. Murmurs of 1,000 voices carried on the water. My assignment, hike downstream to the old logging road bridge, 6 miles along the creek, checking for signs of recent activity. Officially, just a routine patrol. Unofficially, I wanted to see if I could detect phantom footprints or ghostly echoes of my journal's warnings. At 6:12 a.m., I set off, rifle slung over my shoulder, infrared camera on my belt. By 7 o'clock, the underbrush stank of decaying leaves. The creek cut a path through mossy rocks, each boulder slick as glass. I used trekking poles for balance. The first mile yielded nothing unusual, only deer tracks frozen near shallow pools. I checked my map. Logging road bridge lay at mile 4. At 8:30 a.m., I reached what I call Mirror Bend, a curve where the water forms a still pool, reflecting the sky like a mirror. I paused, noting the water temperature, 41 degrees Fahrenheit by my infrared sensor. Colder upstream. I frowned, recalling the journal's entry stating that on similar curves, something watched from the depths. I leaned over to inspect the submerged log. Shattered with splinters. Nothing. No pale hands. I scanned the water. Nothing but fallen pine needles drifting. At 9:05 a.m., I crested a ridge and saw the logging road bridge's rusted girders. Painted years ago, now chipped and flaking. I approached cautiously. Under the bridge, water plunged into a deep, dark pool, its surface black as obsidian. I aimed the infrared camera. Pockets of absolute cold shimmer beneath, a hint of hollow space. I tagged it on my GPS, Site 1. I brushed the tag on the phone. Under bridge, no activity. Goosebumps erupted on my arms. I scanned the water. The whistle of a small branch hitting a rock echoed. I stepped back. Someone waded through the shallow water on the creek's far bank. It was a man, dark hair, flannel shirt, jeans, kneeling by the water. I couldn't make out his face. I raised my rifle. "State Patrol," I called. "Identify yourself." He turned slowly, face sunken, eyes hollow. No blink. His mouth closed. No expression. I swallowed. "Are you okay?" He didn't respond. He rose, stepping toward the water, but moved unnaturally, as if drawn under the bridge's dark arch. The temperature plummeted. His shape flickered. Then he lunged into the pool's center and vanished. I heard a muffled splash, then complete silence. The whisper loomed again, "Stay." At 9:12 a.m., I fired a flare into the water, red comet arcing into the black pool. It popped overhead, showering sparks. The surface rippled, fragments of snow-laced mist rising, tiny orbs suspended midair. I backed away, fear boiling in my gut. My radio crackled. "Miles, come in." It was Warden Hughes. I cleared my throat. "I found a man under the bridge, appears distressed," then dived in. My voice quivered. "I think he's missing person number 27. Over." Static. Paste. I had two choices. Investigate the cavern beneath the bridge or move on. I fixed the infrared camera on the pool. Pockets of coal dots glimmered. I exhaled. With a resolute nod, I holstered my rifle, tied a rope to a bridge support, clipped on my harness, and descended into the chill. The drop was 15 feet to icy foam. I landed with a thud. The roar of water slammed my eardrums. I fumbled my infrared camera and flashlight holster, clipped them to my belt. I waved my torch across the cavern, the tunnel carved by centuries of rushing water. Icicles dripped from the ceiling, forming tessellated patterns. Each flash of light revealed rock walls scarred by erosion. I saw a shape in the water, a boot floating on the surface. I gritted my teeth. That had to be the missing kayaker's gear from last month, the one they never found. I scrambled toward it, water seeping through my boots. The boot listed near a submerged boulder, bubbles drifting upward as though something breathed below. I fished it out with my gloved hands. A chill raced up my arm. The boot's laces were undone, even though I clearly remembered them tied. I cleared debris and noticed the name stamped on the sole, R. Coleman, the kayaker's name. My heart sank. I anchored myself to a boulder to avoid being swept downstream. The infrared camera registered a heat signature dead ahead, no temperature, a blank void in the blue-green spectrum. I peered into the darkness, cold darkness deeper than a starless night. The whispering rose, "Free us." Something stirred beneath the surface. Splintered ripples fanned outward. I sensed dozens of pale shapes shifting in the water. Something real, just below my feet. I swallowed, drawing my Glock with trembling hands. The shapes convulsed, coalesced. A pale arm snapped above the surface. Clawed fingers grasped the boot. The rest of a torso followed, malnourished, pallid. The face gained the flickering reflection of my flashlight, a man waterlogged. Eyes rolled back, skin nearly translucent. He tugged at the boot. I reeled back. Fear sent a tremor through me. The figure lunged, splashing. I aimed at his chest, fired a single shot. The flame illuminated the cavern. The figure dissolved, bubbles erupted, yet the spectral face remained for a heartbeat, blood dripping from its mouth in rivulets like oil. I fired again, but the second flash found nothing. Only my breath steaming in the frigid air. The infrared camera pulsed, pockets of cold flickering deeper in the tunnel, more shapes. I clawed at my rope ascender, frantically climbing back to the bridge's walkway. The jolt of escape sent sweat to freeze on my brow. I reached the anchor point at 9:44 a.m. I collapsed, lungs burning. The whispers continued, though faint now. "Join us." I radioed Hughes. "We need a dive team." Multiple bodies under the breach. No sign of Coleman's face. My voice cracked. "I have to go." Static. I scrambled back up the steep embankment, following the path above the bridge, flashbacks of the pale man's face lingering. At 10:01 a.m., I reached the trail and began hiking downstream again, rattled but determined. I needed to find a way to banish whatever haunted those waters, or else more lives would be lost to the creek's depths. Early afternoon, I paused at mile 5, a small mossy clearing by a secondary tributary, Half Moon Brook, where I'd found the leather-bound journals some weeks ago. The leather cover was cracked, inscribed with faded gold lettering, Coldwater Creek Almanac 1932 to 1934. I flipped to a random page, notes in elegant script. January 3rd, 1933. Third day of zero wind. The surface froze, but I could hear them beneath, faint tapping like claws on stone. The men at the fishing camp said the creek's brood thrives in winter's depths. February 14th, 1933. Two driftwood logs swim upstream against the current. They vanish near the willow bend. I fear the children will follow. March 29th, 1933. Caught 3 fish with no eyes, mucus pools where pupils should be. I gave them to the Methodist minister as evidence. He refused them. I exhaled, tracing a blue ink smear. The next line was gone. I read deeper. April 12th, 1933. I fear the creek partakes of a hunger. I keep them sedated with lye and a water supply. If not, the tide will rise with souls. Chills crept along my spine. I snapped the journal shut. No time to read more. I needed to flush the creek of these creatures, or at least repel them from harming others. I should devise a ritual, using lye as the original scribe did. But lye was toxic to wildlife. Could I use something less harmful? Vinegar? Salt? I recalled a method, sprinkling salt into streams to repel water spirits in old Appalachian lore. At 2:15 p.m., I prospected the bank, found a burst section of pipe leaking water. I turned off the valve to a small water diversion upstream, forcing the creek to run deeper under logs. I collected a gallon of white vinegar in an Nalgene. I poured some into a basin, aimed to pour it at Mirror Bend and beneath the logging road bridge. If the journal was correct, the spirits would weaken in acidic water. But each step I took felt heavier, like the sleep of dead fish settling on my shoulders. At 2:45 p.m., I reached Mirror Bend, the same still pool. I filled my flask with creek water, then poured vinegar into the current. White swirling ribbons of mist rose. I exhaled, hope kindling. But the water near me glowed cold. Infrared camera danced. Something lurked deeper. My vantage showed several subaqueous forms drifting near the riverbed. I felt them stare up, as though centuries of hunger gathered in their hollow eyes. I snapped photos, each flash lighting pale flesh of fish-like humanoids with webbed fingers. They stared at me, jaws parted, gills fluttering. I dropped the camera, backed away. The creek erupted, dozens of pale forms roiling to the surface, shrieking like banshees. The wind carried their screams away. I took a step back, tripped over a root, tumbled into water. Cold engulfed me. I swallowed half a liter in a gasp. I dragged myself out, chest heaving. By 2:53 p.m., I crawled onto shore, dripping, stunned. The forms had vanished. Only scattered fish carcasses washed ashore. Their scales fused to skeletons in twisted shapes. I stumbled back down the trail, thinking it's safer to head upstream. At 3:15 p.m., I reached the small wooden footbridge crossing Half Moon Brook, a tributary that fed Coldwater Creek. The journal mentioned this place, a frozen altar carved into the rock where sacrifices were made. I located a flat stone beneath a weeping willow whose branches brushed the water. Frost coated that stone even in midday, like ice refusing to melt. I knelt, scanning with ire. No heat signature on the rock. But beneath it, the surface was carved into a shallow basin, stained dark, possibly with residual blood. I remembered a note. Under the altar lies a bed of rotting hearts, keys to the creek's hunger. I grabbed my shovel from my pack, hand-forged, its blade chipped. I chipped at the basin's edge. It revealed a thin metal ring. Exhausted, I pried it open. Beneath, the rock gave way to a small compartment. I peered inside, a dozen small heart-shaped metal amulets, like lockets, tarnished, embossed with strange runic shapes. I recognized one, the same spiral from the Blood Oak clearing. My breath caught. I extracted the amulets and placed them in my pack. As I rose, I heard laughter, child's laughter echoing across Half Moon Brook. I whipped my head to the water, a reflection not my own, a group of children perched on a submerged log, eyes sunken. They stared at me. I felt dread. One child waved. I stumbled backward. The frozen branches of the willow crackled, sending ice shards clattering to the bank. At 3:27 p.m., I walked along the creek. The farther I went, the shallower the water, mud-choked, rotting logs. I came to a deep pool known locally as Widow's Mirror, a mid-blue expanse where the creek flowed over a granite ledge. I recalled from the journal Widow's Mirror, where lost souls drown themselves to join the brood. My stomach nodded. I shined my lamp into the depths, nothing but swirling silt and a submerged oak trunk. I lit a flare and tossed it onto the water. It extinguished instantly. No flame, no glow, only a hiss as it dissolved. My heart lurched. The whispers began, "Join us, join us, join." They emerged from every ripple. I felt a tug beneath my boots, waterward. I staggered toward a rock, pressed my back against it. The creek's voice rose, "Join, join, join." I jabbed at the amulet in my pack, spiral-shaped locket, defining it with trembling fingers. I recalled from the journal that the spiral represented the cycle of life and death in the waters. I snapped it open. Inside was a charred scrap of parchment with a drawing. A man standing above a pool, arms outstretched, holding a spiral. Underneath, he who wields the spiral commands the water's brood. I recognized the importance. If I could use the amulet at Widow's Mirror at sunset, I might sever the creek's tether to these phantom souls. But I needed time to prepare. Sunset was at 4:37 p.m. I checked my watch, 3:30 p.m. I had just over an hour. I made camp near the pool. I set up infrared tripods, aimed at the water's edge. I placed the locket on a flat rock by my side. I knew the amulet needed a human sacrifice of heat, an energy conduit to draw the cursed spirits upward for release. But I refused to kill. Instead, I light a fire on an adjacent rock pad, using the heat to charge the amulet. Perhaps that would suffice. As the sun sank lower, I gathered driftwood, damp but dryable with my camp stove. I placed a ring of stones on a flat rock 10 feet from the pool. I used twigs and my lighter to ignite a fire. By 4:10 p.m., a small flame burned, hissing steam as I fed wet sticks. I placed the amulet on a tripod above the flames with a coil of wire from my kit, channeling heat upward. The amulet's metal glowed faintly, a dull amber. At 4:23 p.m., the sky reddened. Birds fled overhead in frantic caws. The hush deepened. The water's surface rippled, figures forming beneath, hands pressing upward, mouths opening. They gathered around the pool's edge, wraith-like silhouettes. I gripped the amulet with pliers. The heat burned my gloves. I grasped the spiral with my fingertips. It thrummed, pulsing, like a heartbeat. With a trembling voice, I recited an incantation I'd found in the journal's final pages, etched in distorted handwriting. By the spirals turning, by life's toll. By the waters deep, I claim your souls. From the dark you rise, to the light you go. Be free at last, and no longer flow. I repeated it 3 times. At 4:29 p.m., the amulet glowed bright white. A wind whipped around clearing, torrential, unseasonal. The creek's surface erupted. Dozens of pale forms surged upward. Their faces twisted in agony, mouths opened in silent screams. Light streamed from their spectral forms, bright enough to cast long shadows on my face. I clenched the amulet, felt a tug as they reached for me. I steeled my nerves. At 4:33 p.m., the spirits coalesced above the pool as a swirling vortex of white mist. A high-pitched keening tore at my mind. I held the spiral aloft. The vortex collapsed inward, spiraling around the amulet's light, drawn toward it like moths to flame. I felt my skin tingle. I almost dropped the amulet. At 4:35 p.m., a shockwave pulsed through the clearing, like a heartbeat knocking on my chest. Each spirit shuddered, then dissipated in a cascade of luminous motes. The vortex collapsed into the pool, which stilled, water returning to its watery blue. The wind died. Silence. My heart pounded as I collapsed to my knees, dropping the amulet onto the rocks. The amulet rolled into the fire, shooting sparks. I leapt forward, grabbing it with a glove just as it began to melt. I unhooked it from the coil, examined it. The spiral had turned silver white. The edges were jagged, as though edible by the flames. But the runic shapes glowed briefly, then faded. At 4:37 p.m., sunset's moment, the final ember of light slipped beneath the ridgeline. I exhaled. The creek's surface reflected no phantoms, no flickers. I half expected to see a shape wade into the remnants of the fire's glow, someone rejoining the living. But nothing. I rose, shaking, and returned to my pack. I sheathed the amulet in a steel box. The pool's water rippled softly, as though undisturbed. I ran the infrared camera over the pool. No cold signatures, only uniform aqua. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd held. By 5 p.m., I was out of Half Moon Brook and hiking through dusk towards Stone Bar Ridge. The ledger's final words, "If the spiral fails, the creek's brood shall rise in winter's chill," echoed in my mind. But with the amulet's glow dimming, I felt hope. For the first time in years, I believed the curse was broken. I returned to Stone Bar Ridge Station at 5:43 p.m., decked in ice and places trembling. Inside, Warden Hughes welcomed me with a steaming cup of coffee. I sank into a chair, mud-drenched boots removed, drying by the stove. I recounted the day's events. He exhaled, shaking his head. "I'll call in a dive team tomorrow to confirm no more bodies," he said. "But by your account, it's done." I nodded, though doubt gnawed at me. I couldn't shake the chant of children's voices, their final wail. Hughes asked to see the amulet. We examined it. It fit snugly in a lockbox. We secured it in the station's safe. Late that night, November 16th, 2023, I lay in my cot, listening to the winds moan. Around midnight, I woke to footsteps in the woods outside the station, a slow, measured tread. My pulse roared. I sat up, grabbed my rifle. Lamplight spilled across the room as I flicked it on. The door rattled. No knocks, but tapping, as if fingernails on wood. I aimed my rifle at the door. No one entered, but the tapping intensified. I radioed Hughes. "Hughes, someone's at the station." "I'm checking." No answer. By 12:14 a.m., I crept to the door, flung it open. The porch lay blanketed in frost. Footprints led away. 2 sets. One of adult boot prints, one of tiny bare footprints. Both sank into snow, trailing down the path to the creek. I paced the porch. No movement. I raised my rifle. "Come on out," I whispered. "This is the ranger station." Silence saved my heart rate. Then from the tree leaned a whisper, "Thank you." I steadied my aim into the darkness. A flash of white danced between trees, a child's silhouette. I fired, but the shot rang hollow. No ordnance in the chamber. Silence. The shape flickered, then vanished. A final whisper reached me. "Be free." I stood frozen, teeth chattering. I realized the children returned to thank me. Their spirits had been delivered from the water, guided by the spiral's light. I closed the door, bolted it, and sank to the floor. I thought of the amulet's silver glow, cooling in the safe. Sleep eluded me. I listened for footsteps, but none came. At dawn, I emerged to a perfect frost, ice crystals shimmering. Footprints from the station's porch to the creek bank, 2 sets. But at the edge of the river, no footprints, only water ripples. I scanned the creek. Mirror Bend lay untroubled, no phantom forms. The water was clear, cold, inviting. I exhaled. I'd broken the curse at Widow's Mirror. Still, I knew Coldwater Creek was ancient, older than any journal or ranger log. The creek's phantom brood might return someday. But for now, its hunger had been sated. That morning, I handed the amulet's steel lockbox to Hughes. "Lock it away," I said. "If ever the creek darkens again, the spiral's the key." He nodded. We placed the box in the station's archives. Winter 2024 was severe. Deep snows, extended freezes. I patrolled Coldwater Creek often, each step cautious. By March, divers reported no bodies in the deep pools. Fishermen claimed the creek had never been more abundant. Trout swarmed where once only skeleton fish lurked. The air was filled with bird calls in spring, a symphony unfamiliar after years of eerie silence. I kept the velvet-lined key to the spiral in my journal, in case the need arose again. Occasionally, I visited Mirror Bend at dusk, tossing small altars of stones into the water as a silent vigil. I knew the spirits watched from the depths, now at peace, but I wondered if some would linger. On May 5th, 2024, I found a torn page of the journal in my cabin, written in the same spidery hand. The spiral's light fades as the sun warms the water. Soon we sleep until winters cry. But our hunger will return, for water never forgets. I tore the page from sight and burned it in the wood stove. Smoke curled upward with a faint whisper, until next winter. That night I slept in my uniform, rifle at my side, and dreamed of pale fish with hollow eyes rising from black depths. I woke at dawn, heart pounding. Outside, the wind whispered through pines. Based on the journal's warning, I resolved to conduct yearly spiral ceremonies, pouring salt and vinegar at critical points along the creek each November twilight. Because Coldwater Creek would never truly be free of the phantom brood. Water remembers. And on ice-laden nights, when the moon hangs low, I know something stirs beneath the surface, waiting, ready to awaken.